Bum 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 ba dum ba. Ba da 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 da. Sorry, the music is so like epic. Let's march. So I did all the preps that I need to do. I will have to, at the end of this map, do some preparations for Generation 2. My current plan is to hopefully do Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, since there's no arena for Chapter 6, so, like, preparations will be fairly easy and trivial. But I am also doing a draft of FE11 later today, so depending on how long, Chapter 5 takes, I might just only do Chapter 5. But let's fucking get into it. The surprise MVP, heading out. I did not expect Erin to actually be, like, good. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? It's like, she's decent. She's decent. But she's performing much better than I expected she would or could or, you know, all that fun stuff. I don't like her. I don't like using her. I recognize that she's, like, fine, but I think she's very overrated because of how good flyers, and in particular your first flyer, usually is in other games. And so I expected this run to sort of, like, highlight that she's actually not that good, and I think it'll probably do that for, for Fee, who we're giving favoritism. Oh, I forgot I had a dancer. You know, we already fucked up. Because we could have gotten our dancer out. We already fucked up. No, not town. Depart the castle. Okay, so we can dance from that tile. Which means we can send... you know who I did expect to do well, but I also don't think I also think is overrated, is Azel. I figured, like, once he gets the huge amount of favoritism he needs, Azel can actually do things. The problem is, like, he doesn't deserve it. Like, babying him is very annoying. But he performs well in Chapter 4 and 5. I just think it's not worth the struggle you have to go through in Chapters 1 through 3. Especially because, like, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it because so many other units could do what he does without needing all of the babying. Like, if I was allowed to use swords... like Sigurd... Heck, even Beowulf, who I'm pretty low on, I think is probably a better unit than Azel, simply because he's easier to train. Like, a trained Azel will be better than a trained Beowulf, but not by a lot. And the amount of, like, everything you have to do to get there is just annoying and obnoxious. I don't think he's actually worth it in, like, a casual context. You know, obviously in this challenge run he is, and, like, you know, you get something for training him, right? And you get something relatively unique, like mounted horse magic is something he only shares with Ratchasis, right? So it's not like an Amelia situation where, like, you train her and you get basically nothing out of it, right? I don't think it's like that, but it's like Ross. I think he's... Yeah, I think it's like Ross. I think it's like Ross, but harder to train. Yeah, I think that's what I would... That's... And I like Ross. I like using Ross because he's easier to train than Azel is. Like, Azel has such a rough start, and, like, Ross has a rough start too, but there's a lot of tools in Fire Emblem 8 that make training Ross from his rough start, like, more doable. It's the chapter that's like 60% cutscene. Yeah, but it's good 60% cutscene. It's a good 60% cutscene, though. I'm pretty low on the story of Fire Emblem 4. I think it's not great. But I think this chapter is the best story moment for it. I think this is what people think of when they say that Fire Emblem 4 has a good story. They think of this, because this chapter has a good story. It's just everything before and after it is, like, ranging from good but told poorly to just bad overall. This song hits very hard. Oh, hey, look, it's Brian. See, so here's the real truth, though, right? The real reason that I'm doing a No Swords Allowed challenge run, is actually because swords are, like, bad in this game, and I'll prove it to you. Brian actually has a sword. He's the first sword unit we've seen, and, he's about to get killed by a bunch of axe users, even though he has weapon triangle advantage. And if that doesn't prove that swords are actually bad in Fire Emblem 4, I don't know what will. But they are. They're useless. They're horrible and bad, and nobody should use swords. This is true. It has been proven. By me. I proved it. Oh, none of them want to suicide onto Azel. That's unfortunate. I'm trying to get kills on, the Elwind. Ooh, nice level up. Maybe we'll use Lex long term. Yeah, I think that this chapter is what people think of. I mean, I know that this is what, because this is such a good part of the story. I'm sure Lex has many chapters of use going forward. I mean, maybe we'll just use a different Axe Knight. Maybe Lex will pass his good stats on to Childs, right? I mean, I know we have a second generation, and there's an Axe user in the second generation, so he's probably Lex's kid, right? His stats are probably be influenced by Lex, right? Definitely, totally. At least the leader suicided into Azel, so that's something. That's a benefit. It's like one of 2/3 Gen 1 maps that are not garbage. Or great nephew. He is his nephew. He is actually his nephew, I think. Oh, you were going with the bit, sorry. Is it his nephew or his cousin? I actually don't remember how they're related. They are related, but he doesn't inherit anything from him. And he doesn't even inherit the Brave Axe. The Brave Axe gets given to, like, the evil cousin, and you have to steal it from him. Lord Alvis, are Sigurd and his party truly on the map for a holy capital? Indeed, but we've no cause for alarm. Duke Langbalt and his army stands ready at Ludbeck. It's only a matter of time before their insurrection is suppressed. Even so, even now it's almost beyond belief, is it not? That Lord Byron would slay Kurth, or that Sigurd would incite a rebellion? Your Majesty, if I may explain once more, Lord Byron was plotting against the crown in concert with the late Lord Ring of Ljungby. His Highness fell afoul of their assault, an act to which our very own Dukes Reptor and Langbalt bore witness. His Highness learned about their schemes to seize the throne, and from the royal family too late, and paid for it with his life. Naturally, Lord Sigurd had a hand in his father's revolt. What clearer proof is there that he now still harbors an enemy, the Isakian prince? There is no question, their treason against the state is grave. I, too, feel this pain as my own, having lost not only a prince, but a father-in-law. In the name of my beloved life, Princess Deirdre, I will allow Sigurd's traitorous rampage to stand. Even if Duke Langbalt fails to defeat him, that is not the end. The elite fire mages of Hel's Velthamir, the Rottenmere, stand ready to suppress his rebellion once and for all. I see. If you say it is so, then perhaps this never could have been avoided. Arvis, about Deirdre. Oh, grandfather, are you sure you feel all right? Please, you mustn't strain yourself. Come, lie down.
Ah, Deirdre, bless you. You are truly a sweet child. Even if I have little time left, you give me hope for Granville's future. I can scarcely imagine what Kurth would have had as a I can scarcely imagine when Kurth would have had such a fine daughter as you, but there is no doubt in my mind. None outside of the royal house of Valhalla possess the same brand that graces your brow. Whence did you come, my dear? Where in the world have you been all along? I'm so sorry, grandfather. I simply don't remember. Try as I may, I cannot recall a single thing. Ah, forgive me, my dear. I know you've suffered more and longer than any of us. From the moment I found her lost in the castle grounds, it was clear she had no memory of her past. All she knew was her own name. The rest of her past is lost to you. At first I sought only to aid her out of sympathy, as any decent man would. But before long, love took root within me. With all due respect, Deirdre, not once did I suspect that you could possibly be the daughter of our late Prince Kurth. I will remember the day when you introduced me as the woman you wished to marry. I simply could not believe what I saw. At first sight, I knew, perhaps only as family can, precisely as I thought, beneath your circlet lies the brand of Naga. Lord Arvis, only a full-blooded heir to St. Haim can rightly wield the Book of Naga and release its true holy power. And the power of Naga is the only power able to oppose the Dark Lord Lopter. I'm well aware of the legend, sire. The holy lineage of our Lord Naga and St. Haim must never perish. Deirdre, you must bear a son with all due haste. Yeah, definitely a son. That sounds like a good idea. And should your son be so fortunate as to inherit Naga's power... Again, son. Definitely a good idea. Definitely not a daughter. No, that would be bad. You want the son. The son will be good. He shall be the Prince of Granville, and shall claim the throne once I am no more. Lord Arvis, until your son has grown into a man, you shall be his regent. Guide him well to adulthood, and definitely don't introduce him to some evil cultist who will fuck him up. I trust you understand. In an FE4 remake, we'll get so many what was he cooking means with Arvis. We could get a lot now, but it'll be on another level. It'd be cool if Kurth was a character. Yeah, if he just like appeared in the plot, I think that'd be pretty cool. But missed opportunity. I mean, I say that, but like, what if he appeared in the plot and he was just like another NFT of Vergel? Isn't there a blue-haired mounted unit that is playable in both generations? I'm pretty sure that is... yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. It is Lex. I can't wait for Lex to come back. Y'all. None of you can reach. Okay, well... We can do the kill... Oh, wait, no, we can do the Brave Lance. We want kills in the Brave Lance. That implies Riddell clones are not cool. I mean, they are cool, but I don't think that the main characters should be, like, NFT clones. Like, the fact that they made fucking, Chagall into Muhammad still bothers me so much. It would also be cool if Deirdre was a character. Well, isn't she? You get her in, the chapter. The chapter with the thing. Chapter 1. You get her in chapter 1. And we can get an Elwind kill. I hope in the remake they keep them looking somewhat similar. I hope in the remake they just keep all of the NFT bros identical. I think that would be cool. Like, just as a funny. Just as, like, a funny. They won't, but I think it would be funny. Oh, right. I sold my staff. Well, that's unfortunate. we'll do this. Deirdre is too much of a plot device. You know, that's actually a good point. She is kind of just a plot device, and that's a little annoying. TBH. She mostly just exists to be, like, the wife, and that's it. Characters are a scam invented by casuals. Sell me more divine pulses. Oh no! What if they made the DLC be more divine pulse uses? Like, you get 5 in the base game, but if you pay for the DLC, you get 10. That's such a fucking Intelligent Systems things to do. It's only a matter of time. She literally exists to beat Offspring? No, she's, like, good to them. The one who beats Offspring is, Hilda, right? Hilda. Oh, Bear Offspring. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a bad autocorrect, oops. That happened to me one time. I forget what I was even talking about, but it autocorrected can to can't, and I was like, no! That literally changes like, it makes it the exact opposite of what I'm saying! I don't even remember what I was talking about, but it was, like, literally just the worst possible interpretation. Yeah, I think we heal the Rooney. But yeah, no, she does basically just exist to bear Offspring. I mean, like, there is some amount of character depth to her. I think that it's definitely less than I would like, but I think there's some interesting stuff, like, so she knows, that she's not supposed to ever, like, leave the village. She's not supposed to have offspring. She knows. Before she gets brainwashed, she knows. And she chooses to anyway because she loves Sigurd. And sort of the idea of the world be damned, I deserve love and I deserve happiness. And I think there is some interesting stuff there in terms of, like, I mean, it's where in Fire Emblem Engage, Sigurd's quote, if this love is a crime, comes from. And because the idea of, you know, she spent all that time in isolation because she knows. Like, does she know? She knows. You know, like the meme, does she know? But she does know. She does know. And I think that, yeah, I think it's more than just a foundation. I think that there is, like, character stuff there. She feels a lot like, there's a lot there, but it's undeveloped. It's different than, like, you know, I talked about this a couple of streams ago, the idea that a lot of characters in the NES and SNES Fire Emblem aren't so much characters as they are concepts. And she feels not that. She feels more like a character than a concept. Like, the idea of a character versus a concept is, like, what's a good example? I'm trying to think of a good example now and I can't, because my brain. Like the, sort of just like the foundation of a character rather than actually the full what it is. Okay, Sigurd, you can go. Like, okay, so Azel is a good example of, like, Azel and Lex, right? They have, like, maybe 2 conversations total. And the idea that, like, Azel is in the war because he has a crush on Aideen, and also sort of, like, striking out from his family where he's overshadowed by, like, the other, like, older people. And then Lex being, like, he doesn't agree with Sigurd's cause, but he is there, like, because of his because of, like, the deep friendship that he has with Zell, right? Like, those are concepts, but they aren't fleshed out well enough to really be characters. Whereas, like, I guess it's kind of halfway with Deirdre. Like, I think there is stuff there. I really do like the whole, you know, her choosing to, you know, be happy. Like, she knows the consequences it'll bring. She doesn't know the specifics, but she knows that it's, like, a bad idea. She knows, like, having a kid will likely result in the Antichrist stuff. But she chooses happiness for herself anyway. But then, of course, you know, if they remake it and give her that sort of, like, expand her character and give her the depth that she that she deserves, can you fucking imagine the goddamn discourse? Like, can you imagine all of the Edelgard as a fascist people talking about Deirdre? I don't want to live in a world where that's a thing. So maybe it's for the best. Maybe it's for the best that, we don't get an FE4 remake. Edelgard discourse will never be Arvis did nothing wrong. So I think the Arvis did nothing wrong is more of, like, people memeing than anything. Or people who haven't actually fucking played the game. I think that the Edelgard is a much more complicated character than Arvis. I also don't think saying that Edelgard did nothing wrong is accurate either. But she's definitely a more complicated character than Arvis. I honestly don't know, like, I don't want to get into the fucking Edelgard versus Dimitri stuff, but I honestly don't know where I land on that, TBH. I'm probably, like, closer to Team Dimitri than any other team, but I also think, like, if I lived in, the fuck is the land in Three Houses? Fodlan. If I lived in Fodlan at the time of the war, I would probably be on Edelgard's side. Edelgard did nothing wrong if you pick Crimson Flower because the game doesn't want to make you feel like a bad person. Yeah, and that's the frustrating part, is, like, the route split lacks the nuance that I think that it deserves. Because if you picked... So, my first route was Silver Snow, right? And so I didn't get, like, I got the entire thing before I got anyone's specific perspective. And then I think my second route was... It was either Blue Lions or Golden Deer. I did Crimson Flower last, actually, just because I'd already done part 1 of the Black Eagles route, right? But I think that Blue Lions and Crimson Flower, in particular, do a really bad job of showing the conflict as complicated as it is. Because, like, neither Dimitri nor Edelgard are fully in the right, but if you only played one route, like, if you only played Blue Lions, you would think that Dimitri is 100% justified, and if you only played Crimson Flower, you would think that Edelgard is 100% justified. If you chose Edelgard's route, your crazy grandma starts taking normal pills. Yeah, and then the fucking nuance around Rhea as well. Like, I do think that Rhea ultimately ends up being a villain regardless of which route you take. I think that she's a much more complicated character than people give her credit for. And I think that a lot of what she does is motivated by a combination of trauma and, like, she's a Shara. She's a Shara. She prefers order, over anything else. And it leads her to do some bad stuff. I think she's closer to a Shara than anyone else. But I also think, like, if you only play Edelgard route, then she, like, completely loses her mind. Like, when she takes the full role of villain, she loses all nuance as a character, which is so disappointing because it's like, I think she is a villain. Fletcher Rooney. Okay, we'll. Yeah, we'll just do this. We'll just do this. Ba-da-da. I hate Great Shield. Great Shield more like hate shield, am I right? Am I right, gamers? I've been trying to think of ways to remove those who sliver in the dark from the story, but they're too intrinsically tied to Rhea's motivations. I think they're also tied to the conflict between Edelgard and Dimitri. A lot of the conflict between Edelgard and Dimitri comes from the fact that Dimitri blames her for the tragedy of Duscar, because of her ties to those who slither in the dark. And I don't think the plot works if she's actually behind the tragedy of Duscar, but I also can't think of a reasonable way for Dimitri to blame her other than those who slither in the dark. Is something wrong, Bridget? Oh, Dean, you heard about what Andre's been up to lately, right? I did. I've heard of how he murdered our father, and later Mahaya and Celeste as well. I can barely imagine the evil which would have possessed him to do such monstrous things. I'm going to kill Andre. There's no other way. Whatever the evil is, he has to be stopped. Right here, right now. You get what I'm saying, right, Adine? Bridget, Andre's crimes are House Jungby's crimes. There are crimes too. They reflect badly on us, even though they really shouldn't. I know I'll have his bloods on my hands for the rest of my life, but Adine, I want you to understand. Of course I do, Bridget. I think Dimitri blaming Edelgard is not supposed to make sense, and it's just the betrayal making Dimitri fully lose it. Well, didn't Dimitri, like, the entire reason he's at the Officers Academy is to try to figure... He knows something was up with the tragedy of Duscar, and he doesn't think it was actually the people of Duscar. He thinks that there was something more going on. He's trying to figure out what. Like, he's investigating and shit. And he finds out that, like... He finds out that those who slither in the dark and the Flame Emperor were involved, but then it turns out the Flame Emperor wasn't, and he just blames. He thinks it's Edelgard's uncle. Well, Edelgard's uncle was involved. Just, it wasn't only him. Like, he orchestrated it for those who slither in the dark, right? But I think he blames her because... Does anyone need healing? Who needs healing? You need healing. He is Thales. He's literally correct. The Flame Emperor is Edelgard. Is Edelgard's uncle Thales? I thought they were two separate people. Okay, so they are the same person. But he blames Edelgard because he thinks she was involved. Oh, he killed him and assumed his identity. Right, because they do that. Right. So they are separate characters, but in the entire story, it's Monica Kranya. Where some of the stuff that Monica did before the story was actually Monica, but everything that we see her do in the story is Kranya. It's the same thing, right. Where, like, Monica is a person, but her involvement in the plot is basically nothing. Because everything that we see Monica do in the plot is actually Kranya. Yeah, I think we just end here. Wait, where's he going? Is he going for Sigurd? I can't tell. Yeah, I mean, it's not the only reason that talking about Three Houses is hard, but it definitely doesn't help that, like, there are people who are imposters, and they don't all get revealed on every route. Another reason that's hard is that, like, character behavior changes from route to route in ways that doesn't always make sense for a route split. And also, like, I mean, just putting it out there, one of the main lords, like, one of the two complicated figures, being a man and one being a woman, doesn't
help the discourse because people often treat complicated women unfairly. And, oh, he dodged! Oh, I thought it was gonna be a reset. Like, I think there is every bit as much nuance to Dimitri as Edelgard, but people don't willfully misinterpret. Oh, he's dead anyway. People don't willfully misinterpret Dimitri in the worst possible way. People definitely do that for Edelgard. Not everyone, and I don't even think that everyone that dislikes her does. Like, I tend to think of her as not... I think she's the closest thing to an antagonist that Three Houses has, and I don't think she's in the right. I don't think either of them are. And I think there's plenty of reasons not to like Edelgard. But I also think a lot of people sort of... Okay, we'll do this. We'll do this and retreat. I think there are a lot of people who willfully misinterpret her in the worst possible way. Like, how do you come away thinking that she's a fascist? It's just absurd. Yeah, so we do this, yeah, so we go here. I mean, I think the fact that she is at times unreasonable, works for her. Because, like, part of why she's unreasonable, yeah, I think she doesn't realize the line sometimes. I think so because, like, the big sticking point for me is her working with those who slither in the dark, and the idea of, like, they're an ally of convenience, we'll cast them off, once we've defeated Rhea. But there's still, like... You don't, like, ally of convenience. Like, regardless of how justified the ends are, there are certain groups that you just, like, don't ally of convenience with. And I really do think that those who slither in the dark are a bridge too far. And I think Edelgard, like, crosses that bridge and doesn't admit the degree to which it, is a bad thing. Yeah, the part of Edelgard having the church as a bigger priority... So, it's partially motivated by her trauma, right? It's partially motivated by her trauma and the fact that, like, they are upholding the crest system. The crest system is what she sees as the greatest evil in society that needs to be, like, overturned, right? And that's, like... I think she's wrong. Not that the crest system is horrible. Like, the crest system is horrible. It's, like... I mean, we see so many examples of the crest system in the church being horrible. But I do think she's wrong that, like, it is a worse evil than those who slither in the dark. I think, at best, they're equal. Like, most charitably, I think they are equal, and she's using one to destroy the other. But she's pretty definitively putting herself on the side of one. And... like... There's also the part that she was kidnapped by them as a child. Yeah, I've heard some people propose that they are, like... that she basically has a gun to her head to work with them, and I just don't buy that. Like, I've heard the proposition that... like, the only reason she's working with those who slither in the dark is because they're forcing her to, right? And she does do some stuff to, like... Especially in part 1, she does do some stuff to sort of, like, fuck with their plans, right? Like, she stops them from kidnapping Flane. I guess that's the big one. Like, she's not there for it, but she shows up after you kill the Death Knight. And my interpretation of that scene was that the Death Knight would not have retreated if it weren't for her. And that she was the reason that they couldn't kidnap Flame. I can't really think of any other examples where she... I guess if you go Crimson Flower, she technically helps to kill Kranya and, Solon. But also, like, Byleth was the one doing that, and she was just sort of there. Like, that's like saying that Sylvain helped it, you know? Like, just because he was there. They got what they wanted. Didn't they want to, like, smuggle Flame out of the monastery? No, I mean, she works with them in Crimson Flower anyway. Yeah, I don't buy the theory. Like, I'm putting it out there, but it's not, like... I'm putting it out there as something I've heard, but not something that I personally subscribe to, if that makes sense. They just wanted the blood? Oh, okay. I thought they wanted her because they wanted to, like, do crest stuff with her. Okay, well, then, yeah, I think that theory holds even less water than I initially gave it credit for. And they used her rescue. Yeah, so if anything, Edelgard is helping them there. Stop. You're having a bit too much fun. Jamka kill, hell yeah. And now, Jamka promotion. I'm pretty sure he just hit 20. Nope, I was wrong. But yeah, the other thing though is, like, she's not, oh, that's tilt you. That's 18. Like, with... Oh, wrong one. Oh, well. But I also think, like, you know... She gets treated so harshly by the fan base when both of the quote-unquote main protagonists or whatever are, to my mind, like, equally nuanced and complicated. Like, yes, Dimitri gets his redemption arc at the end, but he still goes, like, crazy murder mode for a large portion of the plot. Okay, we can do this. What I want to know is what the hell is up with Count Bergles and Count Herving? Why did they help overthrow the previous emperor? Do they just want power? I assume they just want power. Yeah, well, that's because Three Houses has even less respect for the Golden Deer route than it does for the Edelgard route. Like, I don't consider Claude to be a protagonist/antagonist because he doesn't get his own portion of the story. Like, part 1 of Golden Deer sets up a lot of interesting threads about Claude, and part 2 delivers 0 of them. Which is very sad, because I like Claude. But, like, it's so funny. Claude is supposed to be the schemer. I was thinking about this earlier, right? Claude is supposed to be the schemer. But both Edelgard and Dimitri do more scheming in Three Houses than Claude does. Which is so funny. Like, if you go the route of the schemer, you don't do any scheming. But both Edelgard and Dimitri are at the academy under false pretenses. Edelgard is there in order to get closer to the enemy she plans to overthrow and kill. And sort of as, like, similar to Tomas, like, in a different way, but she's sort of a plant of those who slither in the dark, right? And Dimitri is there because he's trying to investigate the tragedy of Gustar and find proof that it was Edelgard's uncle. Both of them are under the academy for, like, false pretense schemy stuff. And the only person who is actually just there because he wants to be an academy student is Claude. And yeah, he does some investigating into, like,
he does some investigating into, like, the church and shit, but that's not why he went there. Yeah, he went there to learn about Fodlan and support his mother. That is true, but I feel like he's, like, pretty overt about that. Like, that's not a sketch thing. I think the idea that Claude's schemer is the prejudices... Yeah, so is it officially supported that he's the schemer, or is that a thing that the fans came up with? Because if it is a thing that the fans came up with, then it is absolutely just racism. Because, like, that's the same thing with people saying that Fugato is the new Claude because they're both black and use bows. Like, what? Is that all you see about these characters? No? What? He says it every... Okay, so he does say it, so it's not a racism thing. Or at the very least, like, if it is a racism thing, it's the developers, not the fans. Or both, you know. Yeah, it could be both. Oh, you think that it's racism on the part of the other students, the people who call him that. Now that could be the case. I have heard that he gets more schemery in, Three Hopes, but I haven't beaten Three Hopes yet. And I'm currently playing the Dimitri route, not the Claude route. It's my first playthrough. So I don't know how true that is. Three Hopes is Claude is straight up not the same character. Well, I think that Three Houses Claude is basically not a character. Like, he doesn't do anything in the plot, which is a shame because, like, I feel like there's so many ways they could have like made Claude involved in the plot that would have strengthened it. I always find these bow guys actually pretty hard to deal with. Maybe I should bring Sigurd up here. I don't know. I wanted to kill this brigand. Oh, actually, would you mind not going into the details of Golden Wildfire in chat just because I haven't played it yet, so I don't want spoilers? Sorry. I just, you know, I'm currently going through Three Hopes and kind of want to get, you know, I'm interested in the story. I have heard that, like, it drops the ball pretty hard. Something called, like, Baby Guard, which I assume has to do with Edelgard. But I don't know anything other than that. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and ask that. Thank you. Okay, we will get this kill. No! Sigurd, why you suck? Why you suck, Sigurd? Worst unit. Worst unit in FE4. Baby Guard is Kaga's will. Probably. None can escape the Kaga. What if Baby Guard is the emblem of foundations? I still don't know what it is, but that's my proposal. I think that Baby Guard, whatever Baby Guard is, I think that's the emblem of foundations. I hope it's actually a person. Yeah, I can see that. The Warriors gameplay is, like, I don't like it as much as the, Fire Emblem gameplay, TBH. But I don't hate it either. I think when playing on hard, it's a fun enough combat system. Yeah, I think we just do this. My theory is the emblems are machines with memory copies of the characters, so I think the Emblem Foundations is the machine made to put them and their creator into an emblem. You don't need to be packed with the brim with content. Oh, for warriors? Yeah. No, I definitely think, like... I've never, like... I always fall off the Warriors games at some point during the sort of, like, weird post-game stuff where there's just so much to do and not a lot I actually want to do of it. Yeah, I think that it does definitely... Yeah. Like, I liked the campaign of Fire Emblem Warriors, like the first one. The OG, as it were. What the fuck even am I doing here? Maybe that village just burns down. Maybe I just have Lex... Maybe I just do all this. Fuck it, we end turn. We see what happens. I'm not talking to a filthy degenerate who uses swords. I'm still mad about Age of Calamity. I have not played that one. I played Hyrule Warriors. I actually really liked Hyrule Warriors. Princess Ruto was fun to use. Linkle was fun to use, and also just a fun character. They have brave bows, right? Yeah, they have brave bows. Azel, don't die. Thank you. Oh, wait, no, fuck, he's dead to Daddy. He's dead to the Archknight. To the brother. To, what's his name? Fucknuts. He's dead to Fucknuts. Andre. Alright, Fucknuts, give me your worst. Dodge! Fuck! Ugh! I would leave him dead if it weren't for the fact he has the Elwind. The Elwind is more valuable to me than him. Okay. Okay, I think we just do this. Alright, I'll actually show the Brian versus Sigurd conversation. And yes, I'm going to continue to call him Brian. That's his name. Calling him Byron is actually a translation error. It's censorship! His real name is Brian. And if you don't call him Brian, it's censorship. It can't be. Father? Thank the gods you're alive. Sigurd, what a splendid young man you've become. Father, come on. You mustn't give in now. No, there's no hope for me now. Listen well, my son. Lambalt was Prince Kurth's true killer. And Raptor is the one holding his leash. Dinky. His Majesty must know the truth. Death holds no fear for me, but I cannot die in peace, not knowing if our honor shall be cleansed of these lies. It's just as I thought all along. Rest assured, Father, our good name will be cleared, I promise. Sigurd, I beg your forgiveness. 'Tis my negligence which condemned you to these torments. Sigurd, take this. It's a sword. Fuck no! I hate swords! Take it, Sigurd! Take it! No! Fuck you! I hate swords! Sire, he's already dead. You can stop stabbing him now. Why? Why did he have to? Give me a sword! Gah! Rector Langbart, mark my words, you will pay dearly for all you've done!
I think that it's different because Valentia doesn't have anything to do with the story of FE3, and I think that Elmyra is pretty closely related to Claude's character and his motivation. Like you said, he's there to learn more, help his mother, and like the racism between the Fodlanese and the Elmyrans is a central focus of multiple characters, like, motivations, and one of them is the main character. Like, yes, the stuff with Bridget is a central focus for Petra, but Petra isn't one of the 3 people who is supposed to be one of the main characters. Like, I don't consider Claude a main character because the story doesn't do him justice, but the game does. And the fact that a large part of his motivation has to do with the relation between these 2 countries, and we never get anything. Like, we do get some Elmyran stuff, but it's all breadcrumbs. I think that is we get more about Bridget than we do about Elmyra, and Petra is not a main character. Like, I love Petra. She's probably one of my, like, she's either my favorite or second favorite Three Houses character. But she's not a main character, and we should have gotten more Elmyran stuff than Petra stuff. Or, than Bridget stuff. Yeah, we get the Hilda Paralogue, but the Hilda Paralogue isn't even in Elmyra. It's about an invading Elmyran force. At least we go to Bridget. Well, we don't actually go to... Well, we go to Bridget, but the map is just something that's also in Fodlan, because it's fucking Three Houses maps. But we go to Bridget. We get Bridget stuff. We don't get Elmyran stuff, and one of the 3 main lords is... Like, one of the 3 lords is focused on Elmyra stuff. It's so weird to me. I don't think Verdant Wind is a story about Elmyra in the first place. I don't think Verdant Wind is a story about Claude in the first place. Like, I think Claude is a secondary character on his route. Verdant Wind is much more about Byleth than it is about Claude, which is extra insulting when you consider the fact that Silver Snow is the Byleth route. I think we go here. We can dance there, right? Yeah. Okay. Nemesis was really unnecessary. Yeah, Nemesis was definitely unnecessary. Nemesis would have made much more sense as the final boss of Silver Snow. Because Silver Snow is supposed to be about, Silver Snow is supposed to be about Byleth, like, ascending to their, like, destined by birthright position of being Rhea's successor, right? Killing Nemesis is a fitting final boss for that. Whereas, like, killing Rhea kind of isn't. Like, I get that you kill Rhea to replace her, but also... Yeah, Verdant Wind is basically a strictly superior Silver Snow. I think that's how I would phrase it as well. Which is why I say that it's not Claude's story, it's Byleth's story. Like, Claude is a secondary... The fact that Claude is in that badass cutscene killing Nemesis is so weird to me, because Claude has no connection to Nemesis. And Byleth does. Byleth does because Byleth is the resurrected vessel version of... Well, I guess spoilers for Three Houses. But Byleth is the resurrected... Sort of, like, not fully, but is sort of the resurrected, mother who Nemesis killed. Like Rhea's mom. I guess it's, like, a little bit unclear how successful, Rhea's attempt to resurrect mom was through Byleth, but we know that it was a more successful attempt than all of the other attempts because Byleth didn't fucking die. So, like... Byleth has a connection to Nemesis and Rhea has a connection to Nemesis. And, like, the Silver Snow route is supposed to be about Rhea and Byleth. So why the fuck is the final boss Dragon Mad Rhea? Which, like... I get, like, oh, you kill her and you replace her or whatever, but it's just fucking, like, you didn't have to kill her and replace her. There's no, like, they just decide to make her go mad for no reason. I do not buy the justification that, like, oh, she exerted a bunch of energy saving us from the missiles. No, bullshit. That's boring and dumb. Yeah, no, exactly. I think that, because Claude does investigate some church shit in Verdant Wind. And also, like, you know, if we talk about Elmyra being central to Claude as a character, like, the way that Rhea treats the Elmyrans is shitty. And it's very possible that Claude, like, does not want the world go back to the way it was before. And Rhea's not okay with that. And Claude's like, well, you're weak enough now that I get to say no, and Rhea says fuck you and becomes the final boss. How no swords going? Well, Brian gave us a broken sword, but look at the stats on this thing. This is why I'm not using swords. 0 might, 30 weight, like, this is what you get when you use swords. It fucking sucks. Stupid Brian. He's such a ding-dong. He died, though. I killed him for handing me a sword. Oh, right, I forgot about... Well, we're not getting that village, I guess. Claude to Byleth is Azura to Corrin. Deuteragon is to Hell. I will be honest, I get a little bit of a ew every time I hear someone unironically use the word Deuteragonist. It just feels like a I'm/really smart word. I know that it just means secondary protagonist, but I also feel like, why can't we just say secondary protagonist? When Kaga doesn't hate axes moment. Kaga hates swords, obviously. But yeah, I get what you mean, is that, like, Azura should have been the main character. It's shorter than secondary protagonist and I'm lazy. That is the only valid reason to use the word Deuteragonist. I will give you that. When you type it out and it's because you're lazy, based. But if you say it because you want to sound smart, cringe. Using long words is fun though. Me no agree. Me hate long words. Me use short words. Me caveman. Well, cave woman. To protect. I'm using it now for that reason. Because of lazy or because r/I am very smart? I'm currently playing Dragon Quest V while we watch the stream, wait for the Fire Emblem draft. Yeah, I've mentioned this at the beginning. I'm going to be in a FE11 draft. I believe it's me, Naoto, Lizard, and... Oh, fuck, who's the fourth person? I don't remember. Oh, I'm gonna feel like an absolute asshole if there's someone in the chat. Yeah, it's phones! Yes, thank you. We're doing a FE11, hard 3, I want to say, draft? I don't remember anything else other than, like, the Wing Spear is banned. Hard 2? Oh, okay. The Wing Spear is banned, but Warping is not. Maybe Warping Marth is banned? I don't remember. But because of that, I'm hoping to end this sooner rather than later. Fun fact, once this guy burns down all the villages, he will capture your castle. Which is funny. You're lucky I'm lazy, or I would mute you for 5 minutes as a joke. Because I don't know what that word means.
I'm done trying. I'm done trying. The idea is not warping Marth, but if you get tired of FE11, you can warp skip. What if I'm tired of FE11 by chapter 4? What if I get tired of FE11 by chapter 4? Is that okay? Na 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 na, da na na na. I've beaten FE11. I haven't done it on hard 5, but that's not because like I'm not good at it. It's because I got bored. And I think that's a more based reason to stop. Ba-da-da. Like, there's games that I'm bad at, but don't commit the cardinal sin of being boring. And so I'll continue playing them. I don't know. I feel like if a difficulty setting is challenging in a fun way, even if it feels slightly bullshit, that's better than being challenging in a boring way. It has a few cool units to keep the sauce going. Yeah, Wolf and Sedgar are fun. Lena, I mean, obviously channel mascot, but that's the FE1, or yeah, that's the FE1 version of Lena. Completely different character. How come Lena is the channel mascot? Honestly, I don't really know. I just made her the channel mascot with the lesbian flag like quite a long time ago because she is an early warper and I like early warpers. She's the earliest warper, like even earlier than Safi. And I think that's pretty based of her. Yeah, I don't know why, other than, I don't have a better explanation than that, but I also don't know that I need one. How many kills does Elwyn have, by the way? 62, nice, nice, nice. How many does the Brave Lance have? 37, less nice. We might not get critical Brave Lance on time. I think here's what we do, though. We've got at least one kill for the Brave Lance now. FE11 is better when you're playing in the mood of playing the maps and training other units. I would agree that... So I think FE11 is one of the more boring games to warp skip. But I also think that the maps themselves are not especially fun to play if you're not warp skipping. It's sort of like a catch-22 of, like... It has some of the most boring warp skips possible, while also not having particularly strong reasons to not warp skip. God damn it. I actually like warp skipping, depending on, like, if the warp skip is interesting. And I think that not having infinite range, really helps that aspect of it. Like, 3 houses is, to my mind, actually a really fun game to warp skip. Because you get so many tools, and they're all really, really powerful. And the fun is about figuring out how to use them in combination to skip maps. Like, if you've chosen to skip the mid to late game of 3 houses, it doesn't just do itself. You have to figure out how to use all of the tools you've been given And also your team composition. Because, like, depending on who you have on your team, your warp skip might look very different. Both in terms of, like, what units and also what builds you've given them. As opposed to, like, in Shadow Dragon, if you've chosen to warp skip Shadow Dragon, right? Then you need someone who can use warp, and you need someone who can kill the boss with effective weapons. And so, if you choose to use Sheeta with the Wing Spear, it's not, and Lena with the early warp access, it's not going to look too different from using Kain with the Horse Slayer and Riss, who you've trained up to warp, right? Like, getting there is certainly harder, because you don't get, like, you don't get C-rank lances for free, and you have to find a different way to kill Armor Knights, since the Horse Slayer doesn't do it. And then Riss's staff rank needs to get trained. But at the end of the day, they're going to look very similar to each other. Whereas, like, what combat arts, what battalions, whether you're using Stride and Warp and Dance of the Goddess and, you know, all the other tools, you can combine them in ways that are really interesting that aren't just, I have a Warper and I have a effective weapon. Kain is the E-Lances one. Yeah, but I was saying like, if you choose to use the Horse Slayer on him, you get him 2 C-Lances. Because Abel only has D as well. Neither of them starts with C, to my knowledge. Unless I'm misremembering, it's one of them has C, one of them is D, one of them is E. I was just using an example of, like, if you've chosen to use one of the worst units, the only thing that's different about the warp skip is that it takes longer to get to the thresholds. Whereas, like, if you've chosen to use a different unit on your team for, like, 3 Houses or Engage, which I think are the 2 games that are the most fun to skip maps in. Like, the way you set up a kill with an Erica Fist user is going to be different than setting up a kill with a 100% crit user. And, like, who you have Lyn on, all that sort of stuff, like, does change the way you engage with the warp skip. Especially because, like, infinite range warp just... It's fun, but it really takes away from replay value. Because, like, if you're doing 3 houses and you've chosen to warp skip, right? What if your Lysithea gets magic screwed? And suddenly you can't warp as far as you, like, expect to. Like, if she just misses a bunch of magic level ups and you don't have stat boosters to fix that, right? Like, let's say your gardening sucks, you spent your spirit dust on someone else, suddenly now you have to figure out another way to skip the map because Lysithea has, like, 4 less warp range than expected. Fuck. But, like, if Lena doesn't get any magic, she still has infinite range warp. Da, 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 da. I think Thracia is pretty fun to warp skip, mostly because of the end game really wants you to go full rush and wants you to use a lot of your tools. Thracia is pretty fun to warp skip the first time around. I think it gets less fun on successive playthroughs because very often the clears become just the same as what you did before. Oh, I might be fucked. Where are you at? I might be fucked. Staffs are counted as items in FE3. Yes, I believe they are. I believe they are. I should have... I might be fucked. Wait, that's the Javelin, not the Brave Lance. Oh, god damn it. Oh, well, I gotta reset anyway. I want to get that kill in the Brave Lance. And I think Azel was gonna die anyway, and I kind of don't want that. Like, he needs to give the Elwind to someone else. Specifically, he needs to give the Elwind to Lewin, so that it goes to Arthur. I'm curious, what are your pairings? So, Aaron is paired with Claude. Tiltu, Lewin, I think that's a pretty standard one. Aideen, Midir, I know that this is pretty standard, but I think it's pretty bad. But I do think it's good for this particular run, because I want a combat unit in Chapter 6, other than Oifi. Jamka, Bridget, this is another one I think is very bad. But because I can't use Patty anyway, I figured I might as well just stack up some skills on whatchamacallit, Faval. Yeah, no Hawk. I love Hawk. I think Hawk is generally better than Ced, other than Claude Ced. And I prefer giving Claude to Aideen. However, I think that passing the Brave Lance down in Chapter 6 is incredibly important, and I need Aaron to get married for that. And I also think Fee is probably going to be decent. I'm pretty low on Fee as a unit. Oh, I did Sigurd Deirdre. I know that's an unconventional one, because Seliph doesn't really benefit from the magic, but I kind of wanted to try it. I thought it was a cool character moment. Yeah, is that all the pairings? I'm going to kill Sylvia, because I am fully on board the Layla is better train. Oh, I did this too. You don't do anything other than this, though. Like, you never do anything other than this. I guess Claude, theoretically, if you want B-rank stabs on Nana, but I think that's bad. Like, you just do Beowulf. I think that Claude has so many better wives, that you just do Beowulf. Claude is actually a really in-competition husband. IMO. You did an unconventional Ira? I think I did an optimal Ira. I think I did an optimal Ira. But yeah, Claude is, to me, probably the husband who the most people want to bone. If you do want to pair Sylvia, he's the best pairing for Sylvia. I think you want to kill Sylvia. I really don't like giving Sylvia... so the benefit to Sylvia, right? The benefit to pairing Sylvia is you can more easily get both the leg ring and the night ring on your dancer in Generation 2. And I think that that's... I'm not a fan of leg ring, night ring on my dancer. I like the night ring on my dancer, but I do not find it especially difficult to get night ring onto Layla. I think that it is too much of an investment to give her enough gold for both leg ring and night ring. But I think that you can get the night ring on her pretty easily, because in Chapter 6 and 7... a lot of the children don't want that much gold if you've given them good pairings. The only kid who I think wants gold early on is Arthur, and that's only if he has Forseti, because he kind of needs Forseti in order to double, and then that gets expensive for him. If you're good at stealing gold with Patty, you can pretty feasibly fund both Arthur's Forseti usage and the night ring for your dancer. And still, like... obviously, in a ranked run context, if you're giving Paragon to everyone, then it becomes a much bigger cost, and I think you pair Sylvia for that purpose. Also, just because then you can give, you can do miracle stuff for the arena, and it's easier to train her to 30. So, like, if you care about the experience for a ranked run, I think Sylvia pairing is correct. But in just a casual context, I don't think you ever want to pair Sylvia, because Layla has Charm, and Charlo has the Berserk Staff. And both of those are pretty valuable. Charm on its own isn't that good. However, if you have 3 charm users because you paired Ratchasis, then you can give a single unit, well, more than 1 unit, but usually you only want to do it to 1 unit at a time, plus 30 hit and avoid for an entire phase. And I think that that's actually really good, because there's a lot of choke points in Gen 2 that you just, like, want to dodge a unit, like your Forseti user, or Hawk, or Shannon, or Seliph, or even Leaf. Like, if you want to do combat Leaf, Charm is very helpful for him. But yeah, I think that's nice. Obviously, the real juice out of killing Sylvia is to get the Berserk Staff. Berserk's very useful. It gives you the freest kill on Julius. I think it gives you the freest Julius kill. There we go. We get the crit. I love how every single person pronounces Lachesis differently. I pronounce Lachesis differently basically every time I talk about her. I also sometimes go with Ratchasis because that's the Ishin Heroes. If so, I guess there's a canon pronunciation. There probably is a canon pronunciation, but I also probably don't care. If we're being perfectly honest. I am very much of the camp of, like, it's important to pronounce real people's names correctly, right? Because of cultural insensitivity. And, like, the whole, like, oh, you have a foreign name, I'm gonna pronounce it wrong. However, for fictional characters that are not in, like, you know, if it's a fictional character based on a real-life race, that's one thing. But, like, Ratchasis is just... I'm not going to piss off the, fucking... Judd Gralese by mispronouncing their name and ruining their heritage. Because they're not real. Spoilers. There might be someone named Lachesis somewhere. If they are, they're probably named after the character, though, right? Waifu also did show me moments where Ephraim's name is pronounced like one of the abbreviations of a ferromagnetic ram. What's a ferromagnetic ram? Is that like a... Oh, how do I... Adine kill? Adine kill? Adine kill? No! Great shield moment! Fuck! Oh, now she's so dead. Now she's so dead. Now she's so dead. What if I bait... What if I bait the attack? People love beating the shit out of Midir. What if I bait the attack with Midir? Heal with Lewin? That's a good point. I think you have a heal staff. FE4 AI is random. Oh right, because I killed the boss. So they don't have leadership, so they'll just go for someone. Yeah, so I gave Lewin's staff away because of inheritance purposes and wanting to buy stuff. I'm ring stacking him. Bait and attack with Aaron. She might even survive it. It's just a forced critical. Dodge. Oh! The queen! The fucking queen! The fucking queen! That's why she's the GOAT. Okay, so we heal Rooney. have what? 92, okay.
Would you look at that? The little brat's made it as well. How perfect. I'll reunite you with your dearly departed father. He ought to be lonely by now. Langbolt! Langbolt! You will pay for what you did to my father! Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Ooh, I kind of want to get this kill with Azelle. 51 attack, so he lives. What a fucking king. Absolute king behavior. Yeah, he's really bulky. He's very bulky. He's extremely bulky. It's kind of ridiculous. Sorry. Ooh. Big yawn. Tink. Okay, can I get a kill with the Brave Lance and get out? No, I can't. Okay. Alright, so you need healing. Yeah, he's got the Hell Swath. That boosts his defense, right? What does the Hell Swath do again? Is it just defense? Defense and res. Okay. Well, we can get this kill with Sigurd. Or rather, with the Javelin. 20 defense and 10 res. Yes, exactly. You are a genius. Good job. It has weirdness as Gaiden, so it's diff to every... Yeah, an FE4 remake I think would keep most things. Although it's important to remember that, like, Gaiden was loyal in terms of maps, but it did add a bunch as well. Like, combat arts are a really big change that just got added by Gaiden. The pitchfork system, I think it's pretty definitive that they're going to add some sort of reclassing to any sort of FE4 remake. I think reclassing is here to stay. It has been in every game since Shadow Dragon in some form, and I think that it's very likely that we won't get, like, it as a core thing, but there probably will be something analogous to pitchforks in any sort of remake that didn't have it. SOV changed gameplay a bunch, like the finite warp range. Yup, that too. Finite warp range. It added new characters who really changed the way, like, your army composition works. It nerfed a bunch of things like the speed ring. The forging system is like I mean, it's new, and it's also, not only was it new to SOV, but it's new to Fire Emblem, because it was a brand new forging system, like, very different from others. No more shared convoy. Gaiden has a shared convoy. Between Alm and Celica route. Yeah, so there were a lot of changes, and I imagine that any sort of FE4 remake would be... Like, I think people say that Gaiden was too faithful because they don't like Gaiden maps, and they expected the maps to get changed. But Gaiden's actually not that faithful of a remake, or Echoes is not that faithful of a remake. Gaiden is a very weird game, and Echoes preserves some of the weirdness. But if it didn't preserve some of the weirdness, I'm not sure you could even call it, like, a remake. Like, it did almost by necessity do that. God damn it. He's so dodgy, too. Yeah, if you change the maps, why make it a remake in the first place? Exactly. I think that's exactly right. God damn it. Oh, wait, he missed. Okay. Bum, bum, ba, ba, dum, bum. Crit, please. No, you fucker. Mah. Yeah, I mean, the idea of remake versus remaster is really weird to talk about because, like, the definitions of what is a remake, remaster, reimagining, HD, upscaling, like, are all so different. Like, Resident Evil 4 Remake is technically a remake, but it's got so little in common with the original Resident Evil that it feels like a retelling of the story. I mean, I guess even more prominent than than Resident Evil 4 is the Resident Evil 2 remake is an incredible game. One of my favorite in the series. That game is not Resident Evil 2. God, he just doesn't want to die. Yeah, it's more close to, like, reimagining, but they call it a remake. And then, like... But then there's the idea of, like, should a remake be 100% faithful? Like, where's the line, right? Like... Because on the other hand, like, if your remake is functionally identical to the thing you're remaking, why bother making it? Unless the thing you're remaking is, like, not widely available. I think Forseti's just the easiest way to kill him. I do have to go to the bathroom real quick, so we will be right back. HP, magic, defense, res. Brilliant.
Okay, I back. Hey, general question. Am I the only storm with the Awakening and play FE4 and assume the Levin sword was a reference to Levin? You know, I can see it. I can see it. I am not that person. My first Fire Emblem was FE9. My second one was FE7 and I dropped it partway through because I hated it. My third one was FE8 and I finished it. And no, actually, my second one was FE11 and I dropped it partway through because I didn't care for it. My third one was FE7 and I dropped it partway through because I didn't care for it. My fourth one was FE8 and I finished it. And then my fifth one, I believe my fifth one was FE4. And I dropped it after Chapter 5, partway through Chapter 6, because I thought all of the Chapter 6 units sucked, and I was upset that I didn't have any good units anymore. And I was mad because Finn wasn't technically dead, so I should have had Finn in my army. And little did I know, I would have gotten him if I just played one more chapter. Because Finn was like my favorite FE4 character. And then I think the third Fire Emblem game that I finished... Fuck, what was the third one that I finished? Because I finished Sacred Stones at FE9. Oh, FE6! I finished FE6. The next one I played was FE6 and I finished it. And then... after FE6, I tried FE7 again, and I beat Eliwood hard mode. But I didn't want to play Hector hard mode because I didn't like FE7. Yeah, I finished the good one before the bad one. Because FE6 sucked. Or FE6 good, FE7 sucks. I did the absolute fucking Based Lord thing. I know Radiant Dawn was one of the last ones I played, despite the fact that Path of Radiance was my first one. I think next I might have played... No. The next one I played was Radiant Dawn. It was just a few years before that. Then I bought a DS just to play Awakening. No. I played FE11 and then I played Radiant Dawn. So I finished FE11, then I played Radiant Dawn. Then I bought a 3DS to play Awakening. Then I played Conquest. Then I played Birthright. Then I played Rev. Then I played SOV. And then... after that I played Thracia. Because that was when the English translation came out, finally. No, I played FE12 and then Thracia, because that English translation finally came out. And then Three Houses came out, and I played that, and then Engage came out, and I played that. But, like, I think I played FE1 in between Three Houses and Engage, yeah. Listen up, Buffy, I need to ask you something. As I recall, the territory of Isaac should be very close in the northeast to Ludbeck. From what I've heard, ever since Granville won the war, Isaac has been governed by Danan, Lungbelt's oldest son. Even this chapter has info dumps, it's so bad. But I wager his influence has yet to reach much of the country's span, so... Are you seriously asking me to abandon you for safety now of all times? I will not leave your side, sir. I'm here for you no matter what, till I draw my last breath. Oh, if you listen. I know this is a huge imposition, but please hear me out. I don't want to lose Seliph. He isn't even 2 years old yet. I can hardly fight with an infant in tow. Please, wifey, take care of Seliph. Take him and find refuge from this blasted war. I know I can trust you, Oifi. You are my only hope. Very well. I'll take Lord Seliph and protect him no matter what happens. That said, you have to promise me. Promise me that you'll come for us as soon as this war is over. I won't leave if you can't promise that. Of course. I swear I'll come for the two of you. Thank you. Hold it. I promised Deirdre that I'll look after Seliph no matter what. I won't hand him over to anyone, not even Oifi, until Deirdre says I can. Calm down, Shannon. She's in the next castle over. I'll go ask her. I know you're still hurt about losing Deirdre, but this isn't helping. It's okay. He'll be fine with Oifi. No, I need to protect Seliph, and you're forgetting the people of Isaac won't be exactly happy to see more Grand Valians. Oifi won't last a minute there, but if I'm there, it'll be okay. Who better to protect Seliph and Isaac than the Prince of Isaac? Please, I promised her. Now that you mention it, sire, it would be a tad more at ease if Shannon was there at will. I know you're reluctant to evolve one as young as Shannon in something so dangerous, but I think we can agree he's become a talented warrior. Not to mention I'll need Shannon to secure the people's support. I'm sorry to burden you more, Shannon, but please, take care of Seliph for me. Okay, leave it to me. I'm gonna get stronger and nobody will ever hurt Seliph. I'll teach him about Deirdre, but I wonder how he'll take what happened. I suppose we should get going then. Farewell, sire. Take care of yourself. I pray victory and clemency will find you as soon as possible. Thank you, Oifi. Be careful out there. Yes, sir. It's not like Oifi is that much older. Yeah, aren't they like similar ages? We know you will become our Lord and Savior, bud. Yeah, unlike Shannon, who's going to become a very strong warrior, but he uses swords, so... Oops. It's because Oifi is like the tactician in this game. The reason they named the bot Oifi is Oifi's the tactician who you like talk to for advice and stuff. And he like talks to you in the castle when you go in the castle. So the idea is that the bot is like there as a strategist or whatever. Alright. It's Erin's time to shine. I mean, most of this playthrough has been her time to shine, but it's even more so. Yeah, the accuracy in FE6 is definitely something that takes some getting used to. It's very frustrating if you... The early game in particular, it's very frustrating because oftentimes you'll be like, I have a clear of this map, but it only works if I hit a bunch of 70s, and it gets frustrating. Pure AI blue units, no! Gentlemen, we'll not go much further. Rumor has it that Sigurd's army should be moving south through the Yi Desert. If we keep this pace north, we should be able to rendezvous with them sooner or later. Quan, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. You and your father were too generous, sparing so many soldiers to help my brother, even though your father is presently so ill. But are you sure are you sure you're willing to risk crossing a nation as powerful as Granville? The very thought is terrifying. Ethlin, you know well as I that Leonster is a nation built on the legacy of the Crusader Nova is far stronger than its size suggests. No matter what happens, I'll never regret giving my all for a cause just as Sigurd's. My father feels precisely the same way. There's nothing to worry about, Ethlin. After all, I'm wielding none other than the Gay Bulk. I'll never fail with it at my side. Foreshadowing. Sigurd could certainly stand to have my aid. I suppose you're right. He'd appreciate any help at this point. Ethlin, we'll be entering hostile territory very shortly. The enemy can ambush us any moment, so... Actually, Quan, I've been thinking this over quite a bit, and I'm coming with you after all. I'd like to see my brother again, and I simply can't abandon you now. I can't allow that! I let you come with me solely because you promised you'd return home partway. To say nothing of Altena's presence, look at her, a mere babe of 3 years, curled up a slumber in her mother's lap. Should we be attacked? What then? Why, I'd fight my hardest to protect her. Nobody could possibly seize her from me. I never intended at first to take her with us, but she simply wouldn't stop crying when I tried to leave her behind. You're right, though. I'll take her home. Ethlin, I'm sorry. I assure you I do know precisely how you feel, but Leaf is barely born and waiting there for you at home. Our children need their mother. Please, Ethlyn, return home. I left Finn to defend the capital. You'll be safe with him. Very well, but I'd just like a little bit more time. I want to stay by your side a little longer. Please, Quan. Ethlyn, very well. We've got a little more time to spare. Bonjour, Rocher! I realize how Leaf shows up with Ivy because it's a reference to Altena. Oh! Oh my god, you're right! Oh, I didn't put that together! Yeah, Quan. Hee hee hee. The poor sod still has no clue we're tailing him, and there's a woman with him? What a clumsy mistake. Why, I dare say this is the long-awaited end of Leonster's famous Landsritter. Those hooves will be sinking clean into the sand. They can't so much as flail at us. That's inaccurate, by the way. Horses are actually really good in the desert. I don't know why Fire Emblem gets this so wrong. Men, close in. This is it. Thracia's destiny lies before us, ripe for the grasping. What? Thracian Draconites? No, you cannot be serious. Trevant has been at our heels all along? Ethlyn, run! We've no hope of victory in this blasted desert. But what will you do? They're like wild hyenas, Ethlyn. Children are little more than easy targets for them. Thracia has sought to reconquer our territory for centuries. I thought my absence would be taken as an invitation, so I left Finn behind with half the army in case they made the obvious move. Not once, not even once did I suspect they would pursue us instead. This was all a mistake. You can't give up now, Quan. It'll be okay. We're together, aren't we? At the very least, together we'll not go down easily. Ethlyn, please forgive me. Horses have to be bad somewhere foot units aren't. Swamps. Like, horses are actually bad at navigating swamps. They could have just made it, like... Why does Fire Emblem always have to have a desert map? It could just always have a swamp map instead. Yeah, the song is a little bit goofy for the tragedy. I see. Duke Langbelt fell in battle. Arvis! What are we supposed to do now? It was you who insisted that even if we left the bulk of our armies on conquest with our sons, Sigurd would pose no threat to me at all. The situation before us is not the outcome you promised me. Reptor, your overreaction is baseless. The deck is stacked in our favor. The Velthamer army is already lying in wait for the rebels in the Yi desert depths. Furthermore, Thracian sellswords should be arriving to reinforce us at any moment. The enemy will assuredly be exhausted. So long as my army and yours cooperate, Sigurd and his rebels ought fall with ease. I'm holding you to your words this time, Arvis. Remember, I've no objection to you alone claiming the throne once Asmir finally dies. But don't you dare forget your allies. Of course, must I remind you, the instant the dust of this war settles, House Frege will be granted the Augustrian throne to govern. House Dozel, meanwhile, will be entrusted with the rule of Isaac. Rest assured, Reptor, I will honor your rights to these territories. Very well. Then I, too, will fight with all I have. Greetings, Lord Arvis. The plead proceeds precisely on time, I see. Manfroy, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must not show your face here. Until Granville throne is mine, I cannot allow you or your brethren to appear in public. Do you not understand? We understand how you indulge the greed of men as vile as Reptor and Langbolt. We understand how even then you still will not concede the very fact of our existence. The plan was to use those two buffoons until they could be used no further, and then cast them aside and use their sons in their stead, was it not? But hear me well, Manfroy. I refuse to have any part in that revival of your Rotter Emperor. I have no desire to oppress your cult, but I've even less of a desire to consign the world to your Dark Lord's rule. Remember this well. Yes, the blood of Lopter's scions flow in my veins, but there is so much more to me than that. My Lopterian heritage is that of Saint Maria, a man who fought for the rights of the people, and more importantly, I am the one true heir of the Crusader Vala, Lopter's sworn enemy. I will change this world for the better. Under my rule, humanity shall be free from the pain of prejudice, tyranny, and oppression. What a pity it is that Sigurd must die, but alas, all things require sacrifice. Oh, a sacrifice for the sake of Lady Deirdre, you mean? You are terrified, Lord Arvis. You fear her memory may someday return. Don't you dare bring her into this. Need I remind you? We are in love! Nothing will come between us. I suppose you two need to hasten and make proof of this love of yours. Proof that will one day grow up and rise to be a most magnificent king. I'm not like those other Loctarians. The rebels are finally headed this way? Excellent. Let them walk into the range of my welcoming gift. Meteor spells! This desert will gladly claim their bodies! Arvis is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player confirmed. I mean, the swamp maps aren't fun, but neither are the deserts. Oh, fuck. Oops. Yeah, I should have healed her. Oops. That's an oopsie. That's an oopsie. We'll just do this. Now we get to watch all those cutscenes again. I'm gonna use speed up though. I'm gonna use speed up. I think we go Amanda Rooney. We want to move our archers down. Yeah. You need healing as well. HP luck doesn't matter. We'll recover you. Yeah, I think this is how we do this. Yep. Yeah, this is good. Not the speed up, you're ruining Kaga's vision. I'll ruin Kaga's vision all I want. Even with speed up, this is so long. Okay, here we go. Oh, and she dodged. Lamau. I also think, like, the idea that a localization is censorship, like, there are definitely times where that's the case, but I think that more often than not, a localization is just a localization. Like, I think that there's some, there's a history of queer characters being made explicitly straight when being localized, and I think that is, I don't know that censorship is the right word, but it's definitely, like, shitty. But like, for example, Brock liking jelly donuts because they thought that Americans wouldn't know what onigiri is like perfectly fine. Like, who cares? Right? Yeah, Brock liking jelly donuts, I guess that's a bad example, because the things that people get mad about are usually like, I can't fuck this child. And like, maybe you shouldn't want to. Or people get mad about, I guess a better example is, people actually get mad about the, there's a Birthright character, one of the children is super into pickles, and it was different in the Japanese version,
But literally all it was is he was into something else, right? Like, he was into a different snack food. People say, like, oh, this character was so much better in the Japanese because they just made him obsessed with pickles. I think he was also into onigiri, right? If it wasn't onigiri, it was like, it was a thing that doesn't translate culturally, right? Like, there's definitely some instances of changes for international audiences being bullshit, and more often than not, they are the erasure of queer people. Like, Disney often deletes queer people from their stuff for international audiences because of China. And on the other hand, Japan often deletes queer stuff because America's homophobic. Like Vivian in Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, who was explicitly trans in The Thousand-Year Door, or in the Japanese version, and then in the international release, they just removed all of that. Or, I think her name is Venom. There's like a trans woman in, is it Final Fight? They have a trans woman who is explicitly trans, in the Japanese version, but in the American version, they just made her a man. Granted, Poison. Yes, Poison. It's like, it's really weird. Alright, it's not weird, it's just homophobia is what it is. But homophobia is weird. I don't know, most bigotry is weird. It's Final Fight and Street Fighter. Oh, are they not? I thought they were separate series. I don't know much about either of them, clearly. I also think, like, she's not, like, the beacon of trans representation, because they made her a trans woman so that you could beat her up, because beating up women is bad. But she's a trans woman, and therefore not a real woman. Like, it's still problematic. I don't think you gotta hand it to Final Fight for including a trans woman. It's more an example of the kinds of things that, it's more an example of the kinds of things that, like, they do make changes internationally that suck. But not being able to fuck Anna is not one of them. You absolute weirdos. Not you, absolute weirdos, but... Oh, right, Sleep Staff. Who has Restore again? Is it Aideen? Yeah, so we should probably start moving her. That's unfortunate. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I think Azel's gonna get some kills with Elwind, but then that's gonna be it for him. Yeah, everyone else can just sort of, like, stay here like this. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is good. I mean, she's more of a stripper character that happens to be trans. It's more of an issue of the stripper. Yeah, I do think that the cut of the extended script in Radiant Dawn is interesting because, I've heard it proposed that the extended script fixes a lot of Radiant Dawn's plot problems, but it actually doesn't. From what I understand, it is still the same plot, it's just slightly more, like, explicit about things. The extended script is definitely, like, it's a shame that we didn't get that, but I also think the weight of not getting the expanded script is often exaggerated by people who are aware of it existing but haven't looked at what the changes are.
The Radiant Dawn localization is good because it makes... Yeah, they did make a lot of gameplay changes that are good. Another one that makes a lot of gameplay changes is Mario & Luigi's Superstar Saga. Although it's the Japanese version that is better because they made the international release before the Japanese one. And the Japanese one added a bunch of quality of life, like heart blocks and higher starting stats. I know because I've been looking into 0%, like a level 1 run of Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, and I think if I did a level 1 run of Superstar Saga, it would have to be in the Japanese version. Just because those extra starting stats and the heart block are a really big deal. Extended script tells you more trivia things, like lore dump in the tower. Only part 2 suffers from the loss to the extended script because Ludwig... Yeah, I think Ludwig is, like, more expanded upon, but part 2 is a diversion from the main story anyway. And I think part 2 is perfectly fine. The only issue I have with part 2 in Radiant Dawn is we didn't need a side story because Radiant Dawn is long enough already. I don't even hate that it is a side story, because most Fire Emblems have some side stories. The problem is Radiant Dawn already feels too long, so adding an unnecessary side story just serves to exaggerate that. Whereas, you know, something like, for example, FE6 has... I would consider the Western Isles to be basically a side story in FE6. Nothing that contributes to the main plot happens. They just needed Roy to be away for a little bit, right? Like, yeah, you get Elfin, and Elfin's important, but nothing else that happens on the Western Isles matters in the grand scheme of things. It was a diversion so that stuff could happen on the mainland while Roy was away, and so that Elfin could find a way into your party. Oh, I might have the res to not get put to sleep. That's nice. But it works for me because it takes a break from the main story. They have 11 magic versus my 8. Oh yeah, I can't get put to sleep. Baller. I'm in 0% growths mode because the last time I played this game was 0% growths, and all the sleep stats could put my entire team to sleep. It was so toxic. But yeah, I think side stories work perfectly fine. I just think Radiant Dawn is too long and doesn't need a filler. Like, it doesn't need a filler arc. Whereas, like, FE6's story is pretty short. I think it functions fine with a filler arc. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that FE6 is really just a world tour to collect legendary items more than a story. But if you do care about the politics of it all, right? Like, I think that Roy's journey is just a scavenger hunt, but I do think there is interesting stuff going on in the politics of it all. Like, if anything, Zephiel and everything that happens with Etruria is more interesting to me than what you and your army are doing. But either way, Roy is separated from that during the Western Isles arc. That's why I don't consider going to Arcanea to be a diversion, because while it is functionally just a way for them to get you another legendary artifact, it is also, like, directly related to Zephiel trying to find Arcanea, and it gives you information that comes up later regarding, what's her name? The evil dragon. Nah. No, the other evil dragon, not Nah. The one that's in FE6, not the one that's in... I mean, Nah's not evil. I don't think part 2 would work if it was about Micaiah, because Micaiah's not supposed to be a ruler. Micaiah pretty distinctly doesn't want to rule, she wants to serve. Idun, yes, thank you. I don't think part 2 works with Micaiah. I think that theoretically part 2 could work if Peleus took Alincia's role, but I think it also just, like, it makes more sense for it to be a reaction to Peleus coming to power from Crimea. Micaiah becomes a ruler at the end. Yeah, but she doesn't want to be. Like, I feel like she becomes a ruler sort of, like, reluctantly. Oh, Lord Arvis, forgive my failure. I don't think people would like Alincia as much if part 2 didn't exist. I don't know, I think Alincia gets a good amount of characterization in Path of Radiance. I liked her just fine in Path of Radiance. Like, part 2 definitely expands on her as a character, don't get me wrong. It's good for her. But I don't think it's necessary. Would you say that Mickey lives to serve? No, she does the exact she's got negative live to serve, actually. Because she loses HP from healing people instead of gaining HP from healing people. So she's got the Shadow Realm version of live to serve. Dies to serve. True. Die to serve sounds like, the Dark Emblem version of Ring to Serve. Like, what if one of the fucking Sombron people got access to the Mercedes ring and they activated Die to Serve? Yeah, that's the joke I was making. That's the joke I was making, is that she loses HP from sacrifice instead of live to serving. Does conquering this castle make the wyverns go away? I don't remember. The abbreviation of mediocre sounds mean. Oh, for aggressively mediocre? What are they tied to? Are they tied to Thracia, so they will not go away? I'm pretty sure. Emblem of Foundation is a Gashlight. But that's just a game theory. Oh, the Emblem of Foundation is so stupid. The Emblem Foundation is so dumb. Bana, he has no clue, has he? Wretched fool. What do you mean he has no clue? He literally just said he thinks that Arvis is gonna betray him. Yeah, so they're here. They're coming. And I'm coming to meet them. Oh no, she fell in love with Lex! That is an interesting pairing. I think that's actually what you do in ranked runs because of Paragon.
What was MatPap doing during the Battle of Valhalla? Is that the game theory guy? Jesus, Elle, you look awful. What's going on? Oh, Lex, why are you looking so happy? Huh? Oh, right, my dad. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Azelle. It's not that I feel nothing about what happened. Can't be helped, right? But after all that pain and suffering Dad caused, well, he deserved to go down. Oh, you know, I've always admired you for your resilience, Lex. Just thinking about my brother is enough to make me tremble. Yeah, Arvis has always struck me as quite an odd one. But he's always been a decent fellow. I still can't see him as our enemy. I know. Arvis has always been like a father to me, and I never knew my real father. The problem is, sometimes he just changes. It's as if he's become a whole different man. That's why you up and left him behind at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that, Azelle. He's got his life, and you've got yours. Don't beat yourself up about it, okay? I suppose you're right. I don't think I've ever gotten that conversation before. That's pretty cool. Wait, didn't I already seize this castle? Did I reset? Oh yeah, I reset so that I could have Sylvia give Lex all the gold. Right, now I'm remembering. Bum bum ba ba dum bum. So yeah, now we have Aaron kill this dude. So Lex can pass it down to Corpora, who will definitely be born. Yeah, that was my plan. I just want Lex to have all the gold. For inheritance purposes, obviously. Lex is going to give all of the access to Corpora, and Corpora is going to promote to a War Cleric from Awakening, so he can use the Brave Axe, obviously. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so now there's another meteor, but it's fine. Aaron survives. Do you prefer gauntlets or axes for war clerics? I mean, I think axes are really fucking funny. I know that it's also funny to have the priest just be punching people, but I do think that just like I'm a healer, but also I've got a big fuck-off axe is so funny to me. Like, so incredibly funny to me. Wait, I thought we were second sealing Corporal into Warrior. Oh, yeah, that's actually a better idea. I actually like that better. Let's make him a Warrior. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The best war clerics are the maid/butler. I guess they are technically they're technically like war clerics. I can see that. I actually never thought of them that way, but I think that works basically. Yeah, I think that works well enough. Okay, Claude has everything he needs. A Dean, actually, let's give the win to Claude. Fortify. Yeah. Claude has everything he needs. Tilt you everything she needs. Adine needs physic. Adine needs physic. Yeah, Adine needs physic. So we could probably pass the wind on to Claude as a result. I mean, let's be honest, Ced doesn't need anything but the light tome, but if I can get the wind tome on him, it's gravy. Does Claude have the money for the recover? Oh, no. Oh, they're broke. They are so broke. Okay. This truly does work as a soundtrack for a walk through the desert while not knowing your dead sister and her husband are dead. Micaiah armor bonus is the funniest thing ever. Wait, what? Does Emblem Micaiah give, like, armor? Oh, do you mean Thani? Do you mean Thani? I think you must mean Thani, right? Look at all those level ups. Look at all these stats for this unit who's definitely going to survive the next turn. Yeah, so I think that's the biggest struggle of Engage LTC, is getting Byleth to 10 for flight on time, right? Yeah, no Great Sacrifice. Oh, right, Great Sacrifice gives the +1 defense. Right. I forgot about that. I should have remembered because Jono Abo used it in his no money run in order to train Louis. Because, you go to Jean's Paralog and stand next to the green units. The green units heal Louis. Sean, John's dad, heals Louis. And then you can Great Sacrifice a second time with, like, the Emblem Energy Ring and not have to spend a staff use on it. Which, like, sounds so fucking cursed, but because it was no spending money, like, staff uses are super valuable. That's a wacky run. Is Sylvia not long for this world? Don't be ridiculous! She's getting support bonuses from her husband. She's a dodge tank, okay? Sylvia is a dodge tank. She's getting support bonuses from her husband. That's like an extra 10 hit and avoid. She'll be fine. Y'all have no faith, and I don't know why. I mean, Kagetsu and Chloe are a big deal in LTC. Wait, how did Sylvia get hit? Oh, I forgot to lay down a fog tile. Oh, no. No, Sylvia, no. Oh, she dodged. See, I told you she's a dodge tank. Her dodge looks like a dab as well, which is kind of funny. Wait, actually, no. Don't kill Madeir. Kill Sylvia, you fucks! The lover bonus gives crits, but it also gives hit and avoid. It gives 10 hit and avoid, and it gives the ability to crit. No! I actually need him to survive! What the fuck? You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. Kagetsu isn't that big due to move and overkill stats. I mean, I know everyone else gets to fly once Chloe and everyone else promotes,
But isn't Chloe, like, sort of the recipient of a bunch of favoritism? Doesn't that help her? Like, because she can snowball in the early game? Oh, fuck. I hit weight instead of staff. Granted, I don't know that much about Engage LTC, so, like, it's very possible I'm just, like, completely wrong. In fact, it's not just possible, it's very likely I'm just completely wrong. I know Panette and Saphir are valuable because of their high strength bases. Well, I mean, Saphir especially. Just because you don't get as many level ups. I've been watching a lot of Engage LTCs. I just, you know, I've never done one, so... It's also ever-changing. That's true. It's very possible that, like, the ones I've seen are just super outdated. You know? Oh, they have a talk. You holding up okay, Jomka? Bet you're getting tired. Yeah, I'm doing fine. And you? Yeah, 'cause I've got you at my side. Are you sure I can't persuade you to escape, Bridget? I'm still not comfortable with you fighting in this mess of a battle. Oh yeah, dead sure, Jomka. Do you really still have to ask? You'd think I've made my point by now, right? Jomka? You sure you're happy with me? Are you happy with me? I sorta know what you were like about Aideen. Oh, come on, this again? You're the one I love, Bridget. You're the one I want to spend the rest of my life with. So sorry about that. Still, glad I asked, though. Poor Bridget. Every single one of Bridget's love conversations is about how they settled for her because they couldn't get Aideen. It's like, it's really sad. Duke can talk to Jomka, Retrisus can talk to Beowulf. That's all I've got. Because I guess Lex got the Azel one before he married Sylvia, probably? Or do Lex and Sylvia not have a lover conversation? Yeah, Aideen is absolutely... Like, Azel went to war because he had a crush on Aideen. And so did Jomka, and so did Du. Did Aideen marry Claude? No. I did, what I think is a very bad pairing. I did Aideen Midir, specifically because I want Lester to be competent during Castle 1 of Chapter 6, since he'll be one of my only 2 units. I think Lester is probably the worst unit in Generation 2. I don't think it's ever worth fucking up your, pairings in order to make a good, quote-unquote, good Lester. But he's going to be important for this run, since there's so many early swords. Aideen Midir is one of the best. No! It's fucking horrible. Aideen Midir, like, you ruin your early staffer in order to make a bad unit slightly less bad. I'm a fool, aren't I? Sigurd, please just let me go in peace. Like, I think Aideen wants to marry Claude. I think that's the best pairing for her. You want to be able to pass good stabs. So, the other thing is that
you don't get rescue if Aideen doesn't marry Azel or Claude. You don't get it until chapter 10, which is so late. Don't take this personally. We gotta make a living somehow. Marrying Aideen to a physical oh, well, I gotta reset this then. Fuck. Marrying Aideen to a physical unit, Lana isn't spectacular being locked to 5 move. It's not making Lana good that the reason you marry Claude to Aideen isn't to make Lana good, but to give Lana a staff inheritance. So you can have early access to Fortify, Rescue, those are the big ones. Fortify and Rescue. You can also do status staves, I think. But the reason you want a good, quote-unquote, Lana isn't because Lana's good, but because her inheritance is good. I think we do this. The other thing is that even if you don't care about Lana being, like, about Lana inheritance, if Claude's doing something else, Lester would still be useful with the Brave Bow and Killer Bow. Oh, he's trash. No, Lester is so bad. Like, I'm gonna use him because I have to, because, well, I don't have to, but, like, I've got so many other, like, so many of the best units in the game are either not gonna be available to me or are gonna be significantly worse due to lack of swords. That I do have to make use of him. But Gen 2 is extremely enemy phase heavy, and like Lana inheritance is transferred to Nana so fast. No, because Nana's stuck as D rank staves. I think Lana's inheritance goes to Leaf. Or I guess it could go to Sed or Hawk. But I think it's best on Leaf. Or just left on Lana for a little bit. Maybe Sigurd goes up here instead of advancing forward. But, like, even if Lana's inheritance gets given to someone else, if you give Lana a non-Claude father, that inheritance is only B rank. Lester isn't spectacular either way. But each of your units that doesn't use swords are precious in this one. Yeah, that's the only reason I even did a pro Lester pairing. Like, I really don't think a pro Lester pairing is worth it. Like, if Claude is occupied with someone else, right? Which would be Sed. Like, the other person who Claude wants is Sed. You could do Claude Sylvia if you, like, want a meme, but I don't think that's good. I think dead Sylvia is the way to go. But if Claude is occupied by being Sed's dad, I think you pair Azel, not even because that makes Lana good statistically, but because you get the rescue staff. And then you can give the rescue staff to Claude to pass to Sed, and then at least you get it sooner than Chapter 10. Like, not having rescue until Chapter 10 is so bad. And it is not worth a mediocre bow unit for that trade-off. Unless you can't use a Master Knight, like I can. In which case it would be Rescue on Lana is, I believe, the only person who can use it. No, Lana and Julia would be the only Rescue users. And they're not very good. So... yeah. I remember being disappointed by Lester in my first playthrough, specifically because I misunderstood and took him to be Lex's kid at first. He looks like Lex. My Lester is pretty good, but probably because I inherit Killer Bow, Brave Bow, and Strength Ring. But my Faval was spectacular with only the UFL. Yeah, Faval doesn't need anything except for UFL and Skill Ring. I think those are the two things he needs the most. I'm not giving him the Skill Ring. I think it really helps him, but I'm ring stacking, who has the Skill Ring? Is it... I think it's Azel. No, not... wait, no, fuck, not Azel. Lewin, right? No. Who did I give the Skill Ring to? Oh, is the Skill Ring still available? Yeah, maybe I'll give him the Skill Ring then. It looks like it's still available. Fuck. Oh, Erin had it? Did I just... where is she? Shield, skill. Right, okay.
She might want the res ring. Oh, she has no money. I think I'll leave it on Aaron. I think Femina or Fee is going to be incredibly useful this run. She's another unit I'm pretty low on. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. For some reason, I thought that Azel was a bad guy, and I was trying to attack him. She's another unit I'm pretty low on, but I think she's going to be phenomenal in this run. But yeah, actually, that's a good question. I'm going to put it on a poll. Do we think that we want the skill ring for Aaron or for Val? Let's put this as a poll. Add a poll. Skill ring. Fee. For Val. Ask my community. Okay. Yeah, let me know what y'all think would be a better use of the skill ring. No guarantees that I will go by the results of this poll. It really depends. But I'm just curious where we are at with that. And it's going to influence my decision. Like, I wouldn't be asking if I knew what I thought was best. If that makes sense. Madeir, go ahead. Yeah, Madeir, go ahead and shoot this guy. I know whoever gets the killer bow doesn't need it because the killer bow is very accurate. But I think Faval basically just wants to delete things with the UFL. And, ooh, okay, okay. Actually, yeah, we need to redo that. Because I need to be able to canto into dance position. Okay, so you kill this guy. Lover crit. Lover crit. Okay, so it looks like we are leaning towards Fee. That's probably the correct answer. That's probably the correct answer, is Fee. I'm wondering how many of the people that voted for Arden, would have voted for, Bridget instead. Like, how many people accidentally threw away their boat? Did Aaron get married to someone? Didn't you say you want Hawk? I prefer Hawk in vanilla play. For reasons I've gone over with the Hawk versus Zed silence thing. However, I think that passing the Brave Lance down in a setting where I won't get Brave Swords is incredibly important. So I need someone who can inherit lances, and Aaron Fee is the only way to do that. So I have to do a marriage, and I think that the best version of Zed is the Claude Zed. Claude Zed is just incredibly good. For Sadie Spaghetti. Like, Claude Zed gets so much magic, and, like, any Zed is good even without, like, basically every Zed is good, right? But Claude Zed has enough magic on average to silence Ishtar, which is what I really want out of a Zed.
Four-sided spaghetti. There we go. And so I think it's obviously going to make Fee perform worse. But I'm pretty low on Fee as a unit overall anyway. And I think that I still think she's going to be important, but it's going to be on the weight of the critical javelin I gave her. Fee may struggle with strength. Yeah, that's why it's going to be, that's why it's really going to rely on the crit jav. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. A physical dad Fee would appreciate the crit jav. But a magical dad Fee basically needs it. But I do still think it's best for the army. Fee will have Adept, and if she has that crit Brave Lance, it would be pretty pog. Yes, that is also... So, like, I generally don't think Fee is especially good simply because, like, yeah, she's a better combat unit than Femina, but at the end of the day, neither of them is an especially good combat unit, and, you only have one Brave Lance, and I think it's better on Finn. But again, it's the same thing with Lester, right? I need every combat unit I can get. A bad combat unit is better than not having them. Like, I'm gonna use Hannibal. I can't use Hannibal and say that my army is too strong for Fee. Because Fee is better than Hannibal. Even at combat. Even if you ignore her flyer utility, Fee is better than Hannibal. Hannibal shows up so late, and there's, like, only fucking magical units left. And Fee will actually have a res stat at that point. And she has Adept. Yeah, and the crit Brave Lance. During the first part of Gen 2, all you will have is Oifi with a Javelin and Lester. Yeah, that's the reason why I... Sylvia, why won't you die? You bitch? You stupid bitch! Sylvia, please. Maybe I'll have to kill her with Arvis's squad. Sylvia too dodge tanky. I shouldn't have given her the fog tiles. I knew it was too strong. Johan or Jahavier? Johan, all the way. People say that Jahavier has better stats than Johan, and that's true for like 3 levels. Johan has better stats than Jahavier long term. Because Great Knight promotion bonuses are cracked. The only benefit Jahavier has over Johan is bow access for the arena, and I do not value that especially highly. Please, for the love of Naga, kill. Johan kind of disappoints me. I mean, Johan is definitely not, like, a good unit, but he is significantly better than Jahavier. What are you doing? No! Why won't you attack the unarmed woman? Does someone know why Sword Paladins get Adept in the promotion? I don't know. I honestly don't. She's right here! It's a tasty treat for you, please! Kaga loves Rangers. Johan because Cav supremacy, but Johavi... Wait, no! Oh, I guess that doesn't actually matter, because money doesn't matter, because it's chapter 5. I guess I just, like, reflexively got scared, if that makes sense. Why won't you fight Sylvia? She has 11 HP, please. Never just seen a destroyed castle. My favorite thing... Oh, so you want to know a fun fact about the destroyed... Oh my god, you fucking shithead! Please. Please. I think it's because Lana has a weapon that they don't attack her. So they attack people without weapons, though, because she's been damaged before. They will attack people without weapons. Oh, my Lanta. No! Kill Sylvia! You fucking... Why are the red units not cooperating with me? Okay. Please. 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 You've got a 1 in 4 chance. Just do the right thing. No! You little dipshit! Just do the right thing! There. 3 of them will counter you and 1 will not. No, because the wyverns have attacked her already. There we go. Oh my god, Sylvia! Oh my Lanta. What is even the hit rate here? Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Why? Why? You fucking know why, you bitch! You fucking know why. You absolute bitch. Well, but she had 11 HP, so Miracle wasn't active. She had 11 HP, so Miracle wasn't active. Because it's only 10 and below. Unless I'm remembering wrong. Okay, now we gotta do some inventory management stuff. We sell Physic, the Silver Bow, and the Warp Staff. Is there anything we need to buy? I think we purchased some swords so that we can pass money down
as if they're bullions. Like, this is functionally just money for Nana to repair the staves. I think that is a better... Like, I think that that doesn't break the rules. Because she's never going to use them in combat. It's the same as, like, you know, Beowulf joins with a sword and sold it to give her to give Ratchis money, right? You have everything you need. You need to sell the Elwind. Yeah, it gives more money since it gives the full value instead of, like, it's divided by 10 for inheritance. It's weird. Alright, Lewin has to do some major inventory management. Claude is going to do a little bit as well. And Aideen is going to do some inventory management. Other than that, I think, other than the skill ring question, like, the skill ring question is still a thing, but I think we pretty definitively have decided that it's better on Erin for Fee. Because that also, boosts her critical. What do you think would be my next 0% growth run? I am currently about 2/3 of the way through a Fire Emblem 3 Houses 0% growths run. So that's going to be the next one on the channel. Other than possibly... So I finished a Fire Emblem 1 0% growths run quite a long time ago. It's simply... it's all recorded, but it simply needs commentary, because it's going to have post-commentary. And that's going to go up when I feel like it. But to warn any FE1 fans, that playthrough is basically a shitpost in disguise. One of the commentaries has multiple sections where I loudly slurp noodles. Oh, do I need to kill Lex too? I think I need to kill Lex too. Fire Emblem 1 without growth sounds like a Jaken sweep. You would think so, but you would be incorrect. Jaken is actually, he's a big part of some maps. Jaken is a big part of some maps. But he's actually less important than you would think because of the prevalence of stat boosters in Fire Emblem 1. Do I need to kill Lex? I forget. If you leave the dad alive, but the mom dead, do you get their kids? Because he's still listed as lover Sylvia. Are there any FE4 experts in the chat? None of us have played this game before. I mean, I can kill Lex because I don't lose anything off of it. I guess I lose... If you kill Lex, the Brave Axe still goes to that enemy, right? So it'll still have the 29 kills. Lex is still married to Sylvia because you can revive her. Yeah, the Valkyrie staff. True, 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 true. Again, no idea what you're asking us. Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping someone who knew would be in chat. I think if anyone dies after the conversation, it's last castle. Well, I didn't have the conversation, though. They didn't have a conversation. They didn't have their conversation. So...
It should be... I think it's fine. I'm gonna kill Lex to be safe. I think the safest thing to do is kill Lex. Alright, so I think we grab Physic. We grab the Warp Staff. We sell Wind. And I think Claude wants to purchase Wind. Where is he? It's not like killing him for a few hours earlier is that evil anyway. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we enter... No, not staff. Enter... Okay, we want to buy the Wind Tome. And then Lewin wants the Elwind. No. Oh, right. Supply. We want to deposit... Okay, I think we deposit the... leg ring. We buy the Elwind. Deposit, bargain band. Retrieve, leg ring. Paragon. Alright. I gotta deposit. I think we deposit barrier. And... Fuck, what a... This is going to be Arthur's starting inventory before he can access the castle. And I need to deposit 2 items because he needs a free space for the Wind Tome he starts out with. I think I deposit the critical Elwind. He can grab... Yeah, I know he deposits the bargain band, but I need to deposit... So he needs the Paragon, right? Does he have room? Yeah, so he's currently full. He needs to not be full. So he needs to deposit 1 item. And I think we deposit the critical Elwind. It does mean that for kills, he's gonna have to use Forsetti Spaghetti. Which is unfortunate, because he's gonna be the child who struggles for money the most. Does he have anything he can buy for more money for Arthur? No. So the Elwind is to save Forsetti uses, but one of the items in his inventory is going to get forced to the storage anyway because Arthur starts with Wind Tome. So I need to have him have exactly 6 items. Can you deposit Forsetti? So I can deposit Forsetti, but I kind of want Arthur to have Forsetti to help his combat in Chapter 6. TBH, a thief's entire existence is kind of giving Arthur money. Not necessarily. Because Arthur's not there. Like, Oifi wants money. Oifi wants a lot of money in Chapter 6 and 7. The only thing Arthur wants money for, in vanilla, I think the thief's general use case is giving Arthur money to repair Forsetti.
But in this particular challenge run, there are other people who want money. Ares is gonna want some money because he sucks without Mistletoe, and he can't use it. So he's gonna want to buy some rings. Oifi wants money to purchase the Brave Lance at some point. And rings. Oifi probably wants rings. Yeah, Arthur is going to be the new Seliph, but he's a lot worse because he can't seize, basically. Yeah, I think this is the correct... I think this is correct. I think this is the correct one. Let's repair Forseti. Who has return? Is it Ratchasus? Yeah. You can return him so that he can get money from Dew to repair Forseti even more. Ares is just the Mistletoe delivery service to the enemy's vitals. Not in this run. Mistletoe's a sword. Like, that's the problem, is Ares, I'm gonna use him for the same reason that I'm using Fee and, Lester. I'm gonna use him, but he's not a good unit without the Mistletoe. I don't think he's a good unit in general because of how expensive the Mistletoe is. But he's terrible without the Mistletoe. I think Ares is one of the worst Gen 2 units. He's not the worst, because Lester exists, Hannibal exists, Charlo exists, Corporal exists. The Sword Twins are pretty bad, but they get some credit for Chapter 6. But I think Ares is in the bottom tiers. He's not unusable, because the Mistletoe alone is, like, a huge boon. But he needs money to maintain the Mistletoe. And without the Mistletoe, even after training, he's pretty mediocre. And without training, he's horrible. Like, a non-Mistletoe Ares is pretty bad. Alright, so you need to... We're gonna have to, kill Lex. Well, I think Lex makes a good, way to bait them into moving. Since I have to kill him anyway. Because I can turn these Meteor Mages green. By having Lex bait this group. Although Lex might die before he gets there. Never mind. Okay, now they're moving. Okay, lovely, lovely, lovely. So now they're green. My last Birthright playthrough kind of proved the point of how many kids did nothing. Yeah, I thought the kids were going to be a huge, big deal in 0% growths. And then, like, Ryoma was just the best answer. Like, in retrospect, the Shura chapter, it was more fun to play with a full army. But I probably could have just undeployed everyone but Ryoma and Corrin and done the same thing I did for the Camilla chapter. I'm glad that I didn't because, you know, it was fun to play the way that I did. I had a lot of fun using those shitty kids in, and the bosses and stuff. But I do think in retrospect, it would have been an easier thing to do to just no-brain Ryoma it. And that's the problem with Birthright, is even the hardest chapters, you usually just need Ryoma. You don't even need Ryoma and a Staffer, you just need Ryoma. Which sucks. Ares in the unit of FE4 who's most defined by their starting inventory. Ooh! You know, he might be. I think Jamka is as well, because a lot of people don't take the killer bow off of him, and his performance is really good with the killer bow.
But obviously, like, Mistletoe actually is a personal weapon. The hardest chapter in Birthright is 8, and that's a chapter where Ryoma doesn't exist. Which one is chapter 8? Is that the one where you're boxed in the center room? I think that's a hard chapter. Or is 8 the desert? I think the desert's easy as shit. But that's just me. Like, none of the enemies are aggressive. Yeah, the sand map? Oh, I find that map really easy. None of those enemies are aggressive, and since you can manage the terrain, not none of the enemies. Most of the enemies are not aggressive. Oh, to LTC? Oh, yeah, that sounds annoying to LTC. The map is hard because of Fuga. Yeah, but he's a stationary boss. And I don't know, it's pretty easy to exploit stationary bosses. I remember Ares having high res inherently because of the Mistletoe. You know, he has plus 10 res from the Mistletoe. I don't even think that that's huge, though, because, like, the plus 20 from Tearfing allows Seliph to not get statused, but the plus 10 for Mistletoe doesn't. And that's the big deal, is not getting statused. Like, the reason you want res, obviously, you know, not taking damage from mages is also good, especially with the prevalence of meteor mages in Chapter 10 and Chapter Epilogue. But I think the sleep stabs are a bigger deal, and Ares cannot successfully dodge late-game sleep stabs. Like, I'm thinking Chapter 10 and Endgame. With the Mistletoe, I think he needs the Mistletoe and the Res Ring to do that, and I'd rather give the Res Ring to a unit who has good res to begin with. Because then, like, you have to have the Mistletoe equipped on enemy phase in order to, take advantage of his res, right? My Ares survived 2 hits from Ishtar's Thorhammer. So yeah, his resonance... Oh, it's helpful! It's definitely helpful. But I think it's overstated in how good it is. Surviving Ishtar, that is something that is... It's in high demand. Like, a lot of units just can't. They have to get incredibly blessed in order to survive Ishtar. So, I don't know what the math is on that, but I have to imagine it doesn't take too much. Like, I think he pretty regularly does with the plus 10. Because he's bulky, he has big HP as well. So I haven't run the numbers, but I would imagine that that's a pretty standard Ares res, is being able to survive that. If you train him, of course. Like, you actually have to train a unit, obviously. We're assuming that a unit is trained if we're talking about their performance in endgame. Unless you specifically say an untrained. Like, an untrained, like... An untrained Hawk can do a lot of fun stuff on endgame. Because Hawk's growths are so low that an untrained Hawk is basically a trained Hawk anyway. But yeah, I love Hawk. And, like, some people will say that I'm biased because of my 0% growths run, where, like, Hawk is definitely better. I mean, Hawk is better than Zed in 0% growths because of the way that auto levels work. But I think that he's better even with the auto levels, other than Claude Zed. I think Claude Zed is pretty definitively better than Hawk. Actually, Azel Zed might be better as well. It depends. It depends. It depends. Shannon gets one shot by, like, every mage boss. Yeah, that is a little bit awkward for him. I really like Dimna. He's just a little scrunkly. Also Rotoban. Is Dimna the Lester substitute? I have to go repair this Brave Lance. Speaking of... Okay, you... Give gold
to Lewin. Okay, we're gonna repair the Forsetti. Can I reach enough to get the renewal band for more gold for Arthur? I think I can. 45, 45, that's 9. 35, so that's 12.5 plus 7. 4. I'll be 100 short at that. Can I arena? Yeah, I can arena. Okay. Now I can afford to buy the renewal band. Not because I think the renewal band's good, but because it's another bullion, basically. It's like purchasing gold bars in, TTYD. I would really only like that they bring Sias, because it's been said that Sias could use the Valflame. Wait, what? I wonder if they're out Thracia characters to have... Oh! Yeah, maybe if they do a remake. I've thought about that. I don't know who they would bring, who they would add. What I think would be more interesting is add the FE4 substitutes to Thracia. Because, like, Thracia is, you know, one alternate timeline of Gen 2. In that timeline, all of the substitutes are not in Seliph's army, so it'd be kind of cool if they were in Thracia. I was disappointed that none of them appear in Thracia. Are there no subs in Heroes? But yeah, I think subs in a Thracia... Like, obviously a Thracia remake will never come before an FE4 remake, but I think subs in a Thracia remake would be interesting. So here's a question. How do you think casual mode would impact the kids and sub stuff in an FE4 remake? Because they have to add casual mode. You know, well, I mean, they don't have to do anything, but I feel like they're almost, in the same way that they will almost certainly add, reclassing, they will almost certainly add a casual mode. FE5 is a pretty fixed timeline. It's an alternate timeline of FE4. It doesn't line up. FE5 is alt history. It does not line up with FE4. Like, there are multiple instances in FE5 that do not line up with any playthrough of FE4. Yeah, I guess you just get no subs. Maybe they give you subs if you don't pair people? Like Crom with the village woman? I would ask why... Far enough into Thracia. There's a lot of stuff that takes place parallel to chapters 7 and 8 of FE4 that doesn't line up with what happens in FE4. That and stuff about, the Beowulf, Ratchasis, Eldigan stuff is interesting. It doesn't necessarily fully contradict FE4. Daisy's there too. What about Daisy? Hi, I'm Daisy. Oh, are we talking about which subs we think are gay? I know Dimna has a conversation where it's really implied that he's gay, but it's also like...
Not the greatest gay representation, TBH. It's kind of like a joke, the fact that he's gay. Okay, I think we sell the heal staff. Dimna better be gay because I'm gay for him. That's a good motivation for him to be gay. We're talking about the unused substitute portrait. Oh, right! Yeah, so they were all supposed to be, like, petrified in the final chapter. There's, like, an unused, I think that there's some data that suggests they were all going to be, like, petrified statue trophies of Veld in in the chapter where you rescue... Well, I won't... Actually, if you've played Thracia, you know what chapter it would be. I'm not going to say anything more than that for plot detail purposes. Because I know that a lot of people haven't played Thracia, and, you know, spoilers, etc. Roche and Timna kissing while their horses stand next to each other. That's very gay. Thracia was built base in FE4, so this should definitely cut Thracia content. Yeah. Let the demons cook. True, 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 true. See if the demons will commission fan art. Yeah, you are good. Oh, right. We gotta give Seer's Javelin to someone. Fuck, it's gotta be Aaron. We got some villages left that we can do that with. So Lewin goes here. That way, with the bargain band, he can purchase renewal band. And then Aaron's gonna go to those two villages. Sigurd, sell your Jav. I'm not going to repair them because I want them to be lower durability. Yeah, I think we do this. Y'all can go down. How much gold does Mandir have? Mandir can buy the bows off of Jamka. Yeah, I think we do this. The Corridor of Death one. Yeah, the Corridor of Death. If you're talking about the unused statue map, yes, 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 yes. They do formation stuff. Okay. Brave Lance. Pachui, Pachui. I will hopefully get Brave Lance to credit. Oh! Wait, does Aaron have critical, or does the Brave Lance have critical now? Aaron has critical, right? That's what it was. No! Wait! Oh, I got the Brave Lance to critical. Baller! I mean, I'm still going to get as many kills as I can, because it's a higher crit, but that's baller. That's so baller. Okay, we just formation things, formation things. I like the word assorted. It makes me think of candy. Final message, bow calf supremacy. I like bow calves. I generally like bow calves. Mandir is great. Sue and Shin are great. Wrath is great. I just don't like Lester. I think he's terrible. Like, he's just so bad. But maybe this run will show that I am a filthy degenerate. Fagato? Yeah, Fagato is pretty definitively the best archer in Engage. And people who disagree are biased. Like... Well, okay, he's the best archer, not counting, like, reclass Linden or, Citrine into Sniper. If you reclass Citrine and Linden into Sniper, they're probably better than him, but also they have better things to do than that. Like, they have better things to do than that. Of the non-reclassed archers, Fagato is yes, and I would say even, like, you know, I know Panette can go archer. I think Fagato's probably a better archer than Panette. Partially because Panette wants to be a warrior anyway. Like, I know Sniper Panette is a thing and it's not a meme, but I do think it is pretty distinctly worse than warrior. Radiant Astra is just LTC specific. I think the Radiant Bow is good regardless of the context. Obviously, it's stronger in an LTC when you, like, lack a lot of the other kill tools that, that standard runs have, but I don't think that makes it bad. Like, Seliph is stronger in an LTC, Seliph is stronger in an LTC, because he has to be your boss killer to seize. I still think he's incredibly strong in non-LTC, because you still want him to be your boss killer. Like, something can be good in LTC and regular play. I think there's plenty of examples of things that aren't good in regular play that are good in LTC. But I also think there's examples of things, like, just because something is good in an LTC doesn't mean it's not also good in regular play. I think Warp is the best example. Because Warp is at its strongest in LTC, but it's also incredibly strong in regular play, and I think that saying that Warp is bad because you're not LTCing is, like, a common misconception. I think Seliph is a bad example of this. Why? Is Seliph not good in LTC? I would assume he's even better than in vanilla. Because in vanilla, you can, like, replace him with someone else as a boss killer and just, you know, take things slower. But you shouldn't. Because he's still stronger than the other boss killers. Warp is fun. I always try too hard to conserve it. Yeah, that's part of why I like Three Houses' approach to Warp, where it's like casts per map instead of overall. I just feel like Radiant Sniper, Citrine, and Linden are just good in LTC, while in a casual run you would want Tomes. The Radiant Bow is much stronger than Tomes. I guess if you're rigging for bond rings, no, because Seliph is God versus God, so there's no difference at all. That's the point I was making. The point I was making is that something can be good in LTC and still be good in regular, though. Like I said, Seliph was good in LTC, but that doesn't make him bad in regular. I'm thinking having one unbreakable warp step would be cool. So no warp chaining, but you can do lots of fun turn-to-turn things. Yeah, to an extent, that's how, Celica's Warp Ragnarok works. It's not exactly how it works, but it is to an extent. Except it comes with a garbage attack. Yeah, I mean, the fact that you do have to warp to an enemy is something of a downside. So you can't just go anywhere you want. But it feels sort of like an infinite use warp. It's different. It's different, but
Yeah. If that makes sense. Just play 3 houses, literally unbreakable. Yeah, but you can still do warp chains in 3 houses, because you can have, well, without DLC, you can have up to 3 warpers. With DLC, I think there's 4, but I might be wrong. I've never used any of the Ashen Wolves. The only DLC characters I've used are Anna and Yuritsa. But I think one of the Ashen Wolves gets warp, right? Is that Happy or Constance gets warp? Because there was a debate over whether they were better than Lysithea, but, like, I think that debate comes from people who don't realize how big a difference B rank versus A rank warp is. Constance rescues, Happy warp. Okay. So you get 2 movement stats out of the Ashen Wolves. Or stabs. Sorry, not stats. I killed Happy in 3 Hopes last night. Actually, I had a very funny instance of dialogue lines lining up. Happy died, like, I killed her, and her death quote was like, "So this is how I die? Please, just tell me that Coco is going to be safe." And then immediately after that, Rodrigue got a level up and shouted, "I think not!" And, it was just very funny. Oh, oops. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. I got careless. Please kill Constance with Rodrigue. You know, I actually thought about doing that because it would be funny, but then I realized there's actually a paralogue with Constance, Mercedes, and Annette. And I'm currently working on a video that would be something I need to play to get information on. I'm working on a character analysis video of Mercy. So unfortunately I can't kill Constance for the funny, because I need to play the paralogue. Remember how bad Anna is in 3 houses? I mean, she's certainly a bottom tier unit. Oh, they have a boss combo? They have a boss combo? Ada, how dare you, you treacherous wretch! Ha! You're as sore a loser as I expected, Reptor. You'd do well to surrender now. That's so cool! I mean, Anna is definitely a low-tier unit in 3 houses, but I think that her badness is exaggerated. She's better than Ash, she's better than Mercy, she's better than Hanneman, arguably. It depends on how much you value Rally Magic, which is the only thing he brings to the table. Which, like, it's not nothing. It's +1 warp range, but, you know, her early game. She's better than... Anna is worse than Ash? No. No. There is no world in which Anna is worse than Ash. Anna gets to level 5 for free. No supports. That's so exaggerated, though. Like, it's really not a big deal. No supports and no personal skill. Like, yeah, it sucks, but... there's no way that Anna is worse than Ash. Early game Archer is better than Anna. Anna has Curve Shot 1 chapter after Ash does.
And she comes at level 5. She has level 1 bases anyway. The thing about level 5, though, is you get access to either Myrmidon, Fighter, or Monk. You can get movement tools faster. She has Wrath Strike and Curve Shot, and 10 uses of heal, which is, like, all for free. Which is more than Ashe contributes in Chapter 2, and if you deploy Ashe in Chapter 1, you're wrong. Like, it's objectively the wrong thing to do. So, like, it's competing Ashe's performance in Chapter 2 versus Anna's performance in Chapter 3. And I think Anna is significantly better in Chapter 3 than Ashe is in Chapter 1. Ashe being a free deploy for 1 chapter is worth more than Anna. I mean, is he, though? Balthus has to replace someone. And Anna is a better deploy in Chapter 3 than Mercedes is. Oh wait, I didn't even heal her. I'm so stupid. Anna's also a better deploy in Chapter 3 than Ashe is. The chapter Ashe is in is so hard that he contributes more than Anna. I don't think so. I think Chapter 2 is the hardest chapter in the game, but Ashe isn't contributing much. He's curve shotting for like 2 damage. I think people say that Anna is the worst unit in the game, having either never used her or just are upset that you have to pay money for a unit who's pretty bad. Chapter 3 is arguably as annoying. Yeah, definitely. Like, I think Chapter 2 is the hardest chapter in the game, but he does not curve shot for 10 damage. Unless you're attacking like that fucking Nosferatu guy. Give him a steel bow? I'd rather spend the money on vulneries because you have bad healer. Like, Mercedes doesn't have physic, so you need vulneries more as the Blue Lions than you do as the other houses. He gave me a meat shield for Gilbert. You don't get assistance in Chapter 2. You don't get mission assistance in Chapter 2. It only becomes available in Chapter 3. How do we want to do this? I want to kill with Aaron. Yeah, mission assistance isn't available until Chapter 3. That's why Mercedes not getting Physic is so bad, because you can't just mission assistance Marianne or Linhart. But they wouldn't have it anyway. They don't get it until Chapter 3 mission assistance. Like, they would not be assumed to have the ranks. Because they would have their Chapter 1 bases, if they were available. But also they're not available. And, like, you're gonna buy the steel bow eventually anyway, but you might not have the gold for it on Chapter 2. Like, Chapter 2 is the one point in the game where you don't have enough gold to buy everything you want, especially for the Blue Lions, because you don't have any gauntlets. None of the Blue Lions join with gauntlets, so every gauntlet, you probably only want to buy training and iron, but you do need to buy those. Literally anyone 3 houses can be useful. It's just that Anna has no supports and other things. Anyone can be useful, but not everyone can be useful for free. And Anna can be useful for free. Like, she's definitely a bottom tier unit. She's probably like... the 4th or 5th worst unit in the game, but she's better than Ashe. Free except for $30. I personally wouldn't buy gauntlets that early. I mean, you can avoid buying gauntlets if you want, but Felix with gauntlets, Ashe better. Nope. Pretty definitively, Anna is significantly better than Ashe. Anna also has 9 resistance, which makes her one of like 2 units who's capable of tanking mages. The other one being Mercy, and Mercy's not dealing any damage to them. Seems like you hate Ashe or have bad experience with him. No, I just recognize a bad unit. Like, I don't hate him. I just think he's a bad unit because he pretty definitively is. Gauntlets are pretty good early because they're light. Yeah, so it stops you from getting doubled. It stops a lot of units who, like, again, Felix, it stops him from getting doubled. Question, why do you need res? Because there's strong mages in chapters 2 and 3. Bye, Azel. Oh, he lives. Then why don't you see the even worse unit? Wait, what unit? What? Oh, you're saying that I don't understand Anna, because I recognize her value? No, I know that she's a bottom 5 unit. I'm saying that she's better, like, significantly better than Ashe and Mercedes. I'm not saying that she's good, but she has more value than either of them do. Okay. Aaron, can you please, like, actually hit this time instead of great shielding? We kind of need this. We're backed into a corner. I just think people who say that she's the worst unit in the game haven't used her. It's a similar thing to Gilbert. Oh my god, Aaron, what is wrong with you? She's not the worst unit, but that's only because Mercy exists. And Ashe, she's better than Ashe. And probably better than Hanneman. Like, I think in an LTC context, Hanneman is probably better because Rally Magic. But I think that the situations in standard play where you need +1 warp more than you need an extra 10 heals in the early game are fewer. Look, someone had to take the sacrifice. Hanneman Sniper surprisingly works. Yeah, but anyone can go Sniper. Like, that's not Hanneman being good, that's Sniper Bases being good. Sniper Mercedes functions just as well as Sniper Hanneman. And, she's still the worst unit. Like Ashe? Yeah, again, that Sniper Base is working. 3 Houses cast is so strong that even the worst units can do things. Like Anna can go Sniper as well. It doesn't make her good, but it doesn't make Hanneman good either. Caspar can be a perfectly serviceable Vantage Wrath user, but, like, he's still in the dregs of the cast. Anyone who doesn't have a Bowbane,
can go... I mean, anyone, even with a bowbane, can just go sniper, and that's it. They probably just need more tutoring. Okay, we need to move... Okay, you've got everything you need. Right, Aaron needs Sigurd's jabs. Yeah, being workable isn't a particularly compelling point in a game where everyone can work. And maddening supports are really helpful because of hit rates. That's probably why I think Anna is the worst. I think that, so like, they're definitely helpful, and not having them hurts her. It's one of the worst qualities about her. But Anna does things for you in like 3 or 4 chapters, and then you drop her. Okay, blacksmith. Oh, no, we want to purchase the Jav first. And then we'll repair the Brave Lance. Where are you, Critical Javelin? I can probably get the Horse Slayer too, but Anna is not lasting 3 chapters. I think she does. I would not say she even deserves to be in chapter 3. She deserves to be in chapter 3 more than Ash does. Like, the free level 5 is something. She deserves it more than Ash and in-house Ingrid, and arguably more than Mercy, although you probably just want both if you're bringing her for the heals. Which I think is the best use for her early on. Like, you bring her for the heals so that, you can use your mission assistance on someone else. What Anna does, Yuri does better. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yuri is definitely better than Anna. But, like, Ignatz is better than Ash, and he still gets credit for doing curve shot stuff. And Sylvain. Blue Lions don't get the extra from Sylvain. Or if you went male Byleth, which I think is generally inadvisable, but, you know, is something you can do. How do you think of Raphael's unit value? I have not used him in Maddening, but he doesn't seem to really do anything good. Like, he can do Vantage Wrath stuff, although he's probably the worst Vantage Wrather just because of Goodie Basket. I think people exaggerate how bad Goodie Basket is. Oh, he has Rally Strength? You don't need Anna to get heal. No, you don't need Anna to get heal, but, like, you don't need Ash for Curve Shot. Wrath having Rally Strength is really important for Golden Deal early game. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's one of Annette's big strengths. So... yeah, I think that's probably... I just have never done Golden Deer Maddening. The personal's pointless. Yeah, but that's true of, like, 99% of the cast. I think people say that it means that he's incapable of doing Vantage Wrath stuff, and, like, it sucks when it goes off and takes him out of Vantage Wrath. It's not gonna happen very often. It just sucks. You need Ash for Curve Shot in Chapter 2. I believe Felix can as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Felix can get Curve Shot Chapter 2 as well. It's also, like, again, it's 3 damage. Like, it's value. It's definitely something that he has. It's why he's better than Mercedes. But, like, it's, like, 3 damage. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Raphael's personal, it is technically a downside, but like... Not only is the chance of it going off extremely low, but the amount of HP that he heals, what is it, like 10%? So, like, that doesn't... 3 is greater than 0. I mean, you can pretend that Anna doesn't do anything, but she does. Like, Wrath Strike plus Curve Shot plus Heal is value. It's not a lot of value, but it's more than 3 damage Curve Shot. Oh, yeah, isn't, like, the voice actor, like, into NFTs or whatever? I liked when Ash confused Marianne for a ghost. He's just a little guy. He's just a cute little guy. Well, I don't think she'll have any subsequent games, because didn't she get fired for the NFT stuff? Or... I know they replaced her voice actor, but, you know, Engage, I also just like Mozu and Hannah's voice lines. I don't listen to the, Fate's voice lines. No, I understand that you don't buy it. I understand that there's the idea that Anna is worthless, and I think that it's exaggerated from the fact you have to pay money for her. If you ignore the fact that she's a DLC character, then I think she's still a low-tier unit. There is no way on Earth that she's worse than Ash and Mercedes. Okay, you can stop spamming the chat with the same message. I understand that you don't like Anna. You don't have to be a dick, though. Like, at the end of the day, it is just video games. Don't be an asshole. I think she already got replaced. I mean, I know it was a kid in Three Houses, but I thought that the reason for that was because they didn't want to maintain the same voice actor. Honestly, I think Anna should stop being playable. I liked her much better when she was just a cute Easter egg character in every game. I think that, like... It was fun that she was playable in Awakening, because that was supposed to be the final game in the series and the series send-off. I think that fucking, like, her being playable in every single game, I don't know. I don't really know why, like, how to put it in words. I just don't like it. It took away the specialness of her being playable in Awakening, and it also made her, like... no long, because like she's in all the secret shops, so she kind of felt like an Easter egg. And then like now she's not. Now she's just like I don't even know how you would describe it. Like kind of a series mascot, but like I don't want her to be the series mascot. Okay, let's purchase the Horse Slayer. My inventory. Oh, my inventory's full. Okay. Supply. We will deposit this one. we will grab the Horse Slayer. I don't think it's going to be super useful, but it simultaneously could be a bullion and could be, like, maybe it'll be useful. I'd rather have it early than not have it. And then we go ahead and repair the Brave Lance. And then we want to... Oh, right. We want to... Oh, no. We need to get the bargain band. So we give... Just... Doesn't matter what we give, because we're just making room. And then we want to retrieve the bargain band. And then we want to purchase... Wait! I'm gonna purchase renewal. And then we want to deposit both of them so that we have room for the... No, not pursuit. Arthur needs pursuit. We deposit that. No. Retrieve the magic. I think this is where we want it. I haven't used Anna in Fates because I just switched to a version of modding a DLC specific region. Yeah, I haven't used her in Fates either. Is she any good in Fates? If I see Anna being playable in the remix, I will commit eat money. I hope they don't make her playable in the remakes. I mean, they will. They will, but I don't want them to. I don't like Anna being playable. I'd like them to stop with that, please. That is my Anna hot take. Okay, inventories. We have this. This seems good. And he's got room for the wind tome. We got this. This seems good. Yeah, this seems good. We got... You don't matter. We got... This seems good. Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait. Fuck. Does Nana have B swords or A? Furious Anna ruined my life and caused my divorce and actual death. Honestly, based behavior. Anna is playable in Fates. Yeah, she's like an adventurer or some shit. It's real bad. Outlaw, Troubadour, and Apothecary. Wow. That is certainly something. That is certainly some... I guess there's worse combinations. Ashika Butler, I guess, right? Or Maid? Maid's okay? I guess? Bow Knight, yeah, Bow Knight's good. I mean, like, Outlaw is terrible, so no. It's actually useful in LTC. Maid or Anna? Outlaw Troubadour. How does Outlaw Troubadour useful in LTC? Is it +1 move for the mounted unit? Is that why? Also, does anyone know if Nana has A swords or B at base? She'll get boosted because of Holy Blood. She has A? Oh, that's why people spammed A in the chat. I thought it was a meme. I saw a bunch of messages that were A, and I assumed it was like those, memes that are just captioned E. Okay, Claude, you are good. Bridget, you're good. Madeir, you're good. Jamka, you have the return band, right? Yep, you're good. I guess Jamka can sell stuff.
And we'll treat these bows like bullions. Yeah. Okay, is there anything else? I think that's it. I'm paranoid. But I think I did everything I need to. Heal, restore, recover, warp. You've mend. Okay. I always get super paranoid doing the item management at the end of Chapter 5, but I think this is accurate. Would be fun to see Jake playable replacing Anna. Yeah, like if they had, let's just save state. Just in case. Ah, Lord Sigurd, I'm glad to see you're safe. What's going on? What caused Velthamir's change of loyalties? Lord Arvis has long been aware of your innocence and was on your side all along. This affair in its entirety was dictated by the whims of Reptar and Rangbald, the architects of the conspiracy against you. Lord Arvis was unable to act until now, as the Duke's control of the royal cart was simply too powerful to contravene. Is that so? All's well that ends well, then. I can restore my father's good name in court, and that'll be the end of it. Indeed. Lord Arvis and His Majesty await your return in Valhalla, Lord Sigurd. Please, make your way to the royal city as soon as possible. Really? Very well, I'll be going then. I heard that Lord Arvis arranged a ceremonial reception for you with the entirety of the Valhalla Royal Guard. Quite the magnificent celebration of your glorious return, His Lordship, it seems. Thank you. After all this happened the past few years, this ought to be a fitting conclusion. Oh, did we beat the game? That's the conclusion, I guess? Once we're done, I should look into getting many allies. Get into my allies' compensation for their help. They certainly deserve it after all this. Indeed, sir. The good ending. Sigurd is reunited with his father, Wholesome 100. Imagine Anna is the villager and Jake the Godo. I mean, Anna is kind of the villager in Engage. Like, I know people don't think of her as one because John is, like, more clearly. But Anna is, like, kind of in that role. She's also still bad. Ah, Lord Sigurd, this is truly an auspicious day. Congratulations on your triumphant return to the fatherland. It's good to see you too, Lord Arvis. And may I say, thank you for such a lavish greeting. May I ask, where is His Majesty? Alas, His Majesty is taken severely ill. He has become permanently bedridden. As such, I'm administering all affairs of state on his behalf for the time being. Is that so? I'm sorry to hear that. I bet my misadventures didn't help His Majesty feel any better. Once we're finished here, I should visit the palace and give him my sincerest apologies. I think not. Sigurd of Chalfie, I hereby sentence you to death for your crimes of treason. His Majesty won't be seeing you today or ever. What? What are you talking about, Lord Arvis? You only realizing now? You are far too naive, Sigurd. Need I remind you that you and your father still sought to usurp the throne and plotted against the crown? Nothing has changed. It is my duty to exact justice upon you in the name of my wife, Princess Deirdre. I trust you understand, Sigurd. Princess Deirdre? No, it can't be. Of course. You've never met, correct? Very well, I suppose an introduction would be a fair parting gift before your demise. Come, Deirdre, greet our guests. Do you think he knows? Do you think he knows that Deirdre is Sigurd's wife? Deirdre, allow me to introduce you Sigurd, the spawn of your father's murderer, Byron. I trust you have some choice words for him. So this is Sir Sigurd? Deirdre, no, this can't be happening. Why are you speaking to me like this? Deirdre, it really is you. No. Do you know me, sir? Of course I do. You're my... Enough! Deirdre, stand clear.
This is an extremely dangerous man. Rest assured, this traitor will be punished. But he's... Can't we have even a little more time? Unacceptable. Guards, escort the princess to the castle. Wait, Arvis, please. Just a little more time. Probably not. He knows. Does he know? Look, Jack, I did not kill the princess. That's a load of malarkey. Yeah, I think it's up for debate whether he knows or not. I think if he knows, he's a lot crueler than if he doesn't know, obviously. I'd state the obvious. I think it's possible that he, like, because he tells the creepy guy, the cultist, whose name I already forgot, who I hate, that he's truly in love with Deirdre, right? And, like, I know the creepy guy hypnotized Deirdre so that they could, you know, get the Antichrist. But the question is, like, how much is Arvis aware and how much is he a puppet? Like, obviously he's still evil. But if he knows about Sigurd and Deirdre, he's being cruel for cruelty's sake. And if he doesn't, then, like, obviously it's still cruel, but it's not intentional. Wait, Deirdre! Arvis, please, I beg of you, she's my... Because, like, he keeps getting cut off, which makes me think Arvis doesn't know, right? Enough. I grow weary of your ravings. Attention, men! We no longer have any use for keeping these traitors alive. Move in on Sigurd and his party. The time to serve them their punishment has come. Damn you, Arvis! Yeah, I thought Manfred just dropped her as well. But, you know, I can see the argument either way. It kind of seems like Arvis is intentionally cutting him off, though. Yeah, it could be. Hard to say. Look at those empty spots in the formation for all the people who died. PK Starstorm! And thus comes the end of an era. The path of Granville's great unrest, arising from the conflict with Isaac, has led one young man to his grim fate. His sorrowful tale, and those of countless other valiants, are now lost to the world. Many heroes lost their lives on this path. Quan, the Prince of Leonster. Ethlyn, his wife. Oh, so she doesn't get a title, she's just his wife? Fucking Kaga. Noish. I know. Oh, right, I forgot the Christmas calves died. I forgot that I killed Christmas. I'm the Grinch. Sorry, Lex, it's Jover. Lex and Azella reunited as well, the best pairing. Fuck you. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you, Sylvia. Fuck you. Stop marrying Lewin. It would be funny if you kill everyone but Sigurd. Yeah, and then they just drop meteors on empty space. Like for a substitute run. Their fates remain unknown. Arden. No, we know Arden's fate. He survived to go on for Super Thracia. We know Aideen's fate too. She survives, like she canonically survives. She's in the home base in Chapter 6. Midir survives because he's based. He goes to the woods to be a cannibal. Everyone died. Time for a medley. Poor Holland. He didn't contribute at all.
was just in the castle because he lost an arena battle, and then shows up 4 chapters later and dies. It's play-by-play. Holland got a very raw deal. He just lost an arena battle and then just ends up getting dragged along from castle to castle and dies. My favorite character, a thief. These brave youths fought to change the world for the better. Don't call them youths, they just had children. That's gross. Also, Arden's portrait, he's not a brave youth. He's not a youth. What the fuck? No. Narrator, you need to refer to them as the adults that they technically are. Like Elise. Now it's time for Arthur to cook. It would be time for Arthur to cook, but, this fucking, stream took 4 hours. So I kind of have to say I was gonna do chapter 5 and 6 in one, because I didn't think chapter 5 would take a long time, but I guess it did. It was 4 hours of that. Let's do a preview, though, of what our army's gonna look like. Lovely. We're never using him. Lovely. We're never using her. Lovely. We're never using him. Da-na, da-na-na-na, da-na-na. Alright. I'm gonna go. I gotta do my draft. Y'all have a wonderful day. You can still use Seliph's leadership stars. That's true. He's basically a charisma bot. Rotoban. At least he has Pursuit and Vantage. Like, this is better than some subs get. Wait! Oh my god! Rotoban is better than Radney? Yo! Finally, female Myrmiton favoritism is over.